6 in the morning sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I was not a player back then, but I remember. I remember those days.
I wasn't a player back then either.
Oh, well.
That's how I got into this whole mess. Thanks, Manikai.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well.
I hope you're all doing good. Server should be up. Let's
Yeah, I'll try connecting to that.
As I've mentioned before, should I disappear randomly, don't panic. I'll be back in like 10 minutes after restarting my router and going through a whole ordeal that has proven to work, but it happens.
Well, since you told me not to panic, I'm firmly convinced I will not panic. You sold me on the idea. I was a bit iffy about it at first, but I've been convinced now. You've won me.
Great.
I don't know about that. I feel compelled. It's like, when you tell a child not to touch something. I'm like,
What does that have
was
to do
not
with
aware
this
it was an option, but now that I know it's an option, I'm ready to explore it.
I hope one of you's ready to explore a recap. I did it for the past 2 sessions.
I'll do it.
Sure. No map tools. I would not like to get the new version.
Are you sure you don't want a new version?
3.8.3, huh? No. No, I do not. That's okay.
I mean, as has been proven, if there's anyone who will make Manikai update his map tool, it's gonna be you.
It's just...
There's no excuse. I put the current one on permanently on Dropbox. So.
There. Well, I put it on my, hard, like my different hard disks. So you just put it in there, and it works. So, if I ever put it there, and maybe make a backup of it there. God, I forgot the sanest thing is now that fucking smug ass dragon picture.
He's gonna have his pretty face around.
Yeah, well.
Alright, last time on Dress of Dragon Coast, we continued the assault on Farios, something along those lines, base of operations in Westgate. A trap-filled, partially, submerged, well, not submerged, but under the waterline, building specifically built to, be assaulted by dragons, basically. It was definitely planned, and we went straight for the front door. That very much continued. Many pit traps were found. His reinforcements came in the shape of a giant naga creature that he apparently had some sort of deal with, and water elementals that did a surprising amount of damage. And most of the session could be described by the Benny Hill theme, as we chased him around underwater passages and tried to corner him, and he just did a thing, and then he was covered in darkness, and everyone was blind, and he was laughing at us, and yeah. Eventually, however, we had the last laugh as he was cornered and eventually knocked out by Rimenfir's cold breath, who's certainly kept us up his end of the bargain. Helping Vilignif with securing a body for Zephiston, who did show up shortly after we were done there. He was undoubtedly watching for a while, but of course, in his feeble form wasn't really able to do anything. And yeah, we commandeered Zephyrston's boat, on which he had his hoard and such, and made our way west to end up closer to the Dragonfane, and eventually transported both the Benignus' share of the spoils as well as Cesario Ferrio's body towards the Dragonfane, where we put Zephyrston into the body, subduing the original mind of the body in the process. We had a bit of a talk with him, like what he's gonna do next. Williams didn't really see the need to force him to do anything, nor did he try to put a leash on him or anything. It's probably gonna turn out fine to have just another black dragon around who knows way too much. He mentioned something very interesting in that he knows a thing or two about the tomb in the middle of the valley where Bone Daddy still lives, as Ophisterix had visited there when they were still roommates. Apparently, there's multiple backdoor entrance portals that could be used to enter. It really bypassing many of the defenses, including apparently a demon that is bound there to protect some sort of inner sanctum that he doesn't know anything about. And if we could find those, that might be very useful. Which sounds exciting, but I'm not exactly sure how to go about that, so that's just acknowledged. And then I think we ended the session with Pim basically leaving. He's gonna set up camp in Westgate alongside the Cicatrix, which surely is gonna work out just fine. And yeah, I don't think we did any faction actions or anything. We just had that day of action basically for the last 2 sessions or something, and it's time to get back into the swing of things of long-term schemes.
Yeah. So
He also
go ahead.
He also talked about there might be a way to tap into the magic and open a portal into the ritual site without having to breach through all of the defenses there. But he didn't really know
She
much
mentioned
else
that.
than
Yeah, so something about backdoor portals from other places that go there, but I'm not sure how to exploit that information. Bit upset that he didn't tell us earlier, but
yeah. What were you gonna say, Manikai?
It's 2 tired dragons that leave Westgate for certain.
Yes.
They don't have much left. That said, we have 2 empty goals at the moment. I believe that should be 1 for Area and 1 for Sheep.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, let's do it.
Could you post our current goals so I can throw them in the
I sure can.
chat as usual?
Shift the power balance in the Emerald Enclave to favor Malar, permanently reduce Thunderholm's might, discover the driving motivation of the Death King, and acquire the Purge the Spellblake Ritual book. Our current 4 goals.
Go ahead, Ari.
Yeah. Looking at those, I've been looking at 2 goals. I think I would say, I don't know how to formulate it other than find out whether the Red Wizards and the Death King are working together.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's simple enough. You know when that is done. because that's when you know whether they are or not.
Hmm.
I'm going to call that an easy goal and say maybe determine the relationship between Thay and the desk. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Sure. Easy goal.
Right, as for me, I have a goal regarding the Death King. I have a goal regarding Fundo, which may or may not be removed in the future, if that becomes a possibility. I would like to how do I phrase this so it's actually achievable? Like I was thinking, like, discover details about the necromantic presence in the valley.
Mm-hmm. That's very vague.
It's very vague, but like we know since session 2 or 3 or whatever that something weird is going on. The giants have reinforced that during Veligna's vacation stay over there. And then I want to know if that is something that a lich or something might want to pursue. Like maybe this whole thing is a place of power with abilities that might help us in the long run.
How would you be able to ascertain when that goal is completed?
Yeah, that is my issue.
Could it be something like discover the source of the because we know that there is
The source is good. Yeah, that's possible.
necrotic energy here, evidently.
Sure, let's do discover the source of the necromantic influence.
Yeah, I'm going to say that is a medium goal. Yeah, there might be some more advanced knowledge required for that, but yeah. Let's see. I'll use determine again. Determine the source. Let's see. What do you call that? Necrotic presence in the Serpent Valley. Lots of information gathering. So those 2 goals will be added to the ones we already have there.
Okie dokie.
Good. Yeah, with that on the dragon's minds, perhaps we can really just return back. The action we had last session took you a little bit to fly there, a little bit to fly home. You're not being attacked on the way or anything like that, especially if you take good haste and don't show your significant tiredness. I don't know, does Visigotix return to the Eel Forest at the plan? Harry?
You did, Harry.
She helped fly the body to the vein, but afterwards she definitely goes to the Eel Forest.
That makes sense. You did return to the vein. Yeah, all right. Then there is peace in our time, so to speak. And yeah, I assume that the 2 will want to rest for a time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Looking at your current status,
just eating eel and hissing at people, commanding them. Yeah. Relaxing.
Amy Zure, of course, will from this whole affair just from the Temple of Ogmat, it's not like they sent someone, but there's definitely like sort of an ambient nervousness with having Veligna spotted as far as Westgate. That is it's an alarming range for the Red Dragon to take these days. People had generally thought that Elversalt would be his sort of, he sort of claimed the northern bits of the land here, but now for him to range all the way there sort of it's a statement that most people find disconcerting.
Yes. You know, it is good for Valignif to remind the people along the Dragon Coast that he exists. It's good to reinforce in the Temple of Ogma's heads that he's still out there.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't care about Elversol, but they certainly do care about their temple.
Oh yes, very, very much. Fire is their sort of antithesis, really. Just after like satirical jokes.
Right. She tells them not to be concerned. She's got an eye on him, and he's not gonna attack them.
That's very good. It's very good. Because they could up their military strength, but they would have to pay for it, and they don't really want to do that, ideally. So,
yes, trust the green
not.
dragon to protect you. Yes.
They're strong enough here in their temple, but they don't really have the power to punch out a lot. You know,
I love it.
That's not what they do. Yeah, all right. Beyond that, just other vacant news. In the beginning of the year here, there will be a trip. Well, not a tribute. That's not the right word. More of a message going to the Dragon Fane. That perhaps soon a dragon will want to visit there, called Anglispark. A blue dragon from the Osround Mountains.
Okay.
The dragon has not sent any gifts or any such things, but clearly it wants to essentially say, with one of its messages, it's probably a hobgoblin, honestly. Coming to inform the people who would then inform Valignith that when he comes not to fight, but simply to establish a relationship which will allow him to focus completely on his reconquest of Termish.
Okay.
He wishes not to rule these lands, nor to hunt upon them, and just wants to make sure that, I should say, he's currently not interested in hunting or taking these lands.
That's fair.
The astute viewer will recall that the Osround Mountains are where we fought Hezefe. Well, it's not where we fought her, but it's where her lair was located.
It seems that action has reverberated in the region and has been spoken of among hobgoblins enough that someone has looked over here and thought, oh, well, I should check out this site. Essentially, it seems to be it seems he wants to make sure that you're not coming to mess up his stuff.
I like how all these dragons, as in Zinphys, Cerials, and this guy, are coming to Valignif for things he wasn't part of.
Well, they don't know. Well, he doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's great.
But
Sure.
Valignif is very loud about his presence.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, surely.
I mean, he's not going to go to a black dragon. Like, he's not going to meet in some swamp and like roll around in the filth, right? He's a blue dragon, apparently of some power, claims ancestry to a dragon that once ruled Termish. And,
Yes, of course.
And so of course he's the heir to Termish. It's
Me too, actually.
the heir to the blue dread, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, it's almost like there's a pattern here. Beyond that, by asking around, essentially, I mean, you might almost know it sort of vacantly by himself. Anglispark is the most powerful of the blue dragons in the region, and he's even taken an unorthodox policy of subjugating rather than killing rival dragons in the Osround Mountains. Taking half of their horde, but leaving them half and their life in return for their fealty, enforced by violence. He has at least 2 other dragons sort of enforced to work for him in such a manner. Regimenting order and domination above anything. Probably reminds me a little bit of the way Tilraxis would want to do things. For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Lots of orders and hobgoblins. And again, not really interested in this whole place.
And internal strife about magic items.
Oh, I'm sure. All right. Beyond that, the news of the hag has traveled, gone somewhere with the two younger hags, and Vercingetorix, if Vercingetorix stays in the eel fort for a bit, we'll have the hag visit. I don't know that they've met.
No. Well, I think I might have seen them stay when I was talking with Grimith.
Yeah, I don't think you've spoken though. Maybe.
No.
They will
I
arrive
have
at
not
night.
needed them.
And essentially ask for sanctuary inside the just to parent here. Ask for sanctuary within the eel fort for the sun. You see, it unnerves us.
Vercingetorix will look at them. And ever the paranoid dragon she will. And what guarantee do I have that you will not cause problems?
The old crone sort of half bent over the staff with the staring eyeball that sort of twitches and looks around. She does. The two younger hags dressed in sort of ragged cloth of mostly just like raggedy hides, as the towering fanged sort of trolls stumble around, looking just menacingly around, but clearly stupid and clearly also not entirely in control of their own faculties or minds. As they almost move when Mother Druma the hag moves. Clearly there's some mind control and magic.
Ooh.
Smell of perhaps like swamp water comes off.
I mean, which is a nice smell. Like
swamp water and like strange herbs, wizardly magical smell. I have come here seeking a ship, boats, something that can hold me and perhaps my servants.
Well, I might be able to help you acquire such a thing.
Good, he says as he grips her staff. How good is your passive insight's great. Yeah, you can see that she's clearly like nervous and agitated. A thing that seems strange in what is really an evil, powerful monster's face. Sort of ragged teeth, a ribbed lip being torn slightly. She digs her fangs into her own flesh.
So, what exactly are you retreating from?
Nothing defined, but the walls have eyes and ears in my dreams. They speak with strange words and languages, and their arms reach out to strangle those who rest within. They are not quite visions, yet they are similar enough that I wish to seek a place without rocks or stone or earth.
You wouldn't know about the Death King, would you?
Shakes her head. No, not such a name, no.
Well, you can certainly stay here. Let's just ask her. I have long meant to gain entry into the arcane realm. Perhaps we could trade, find some kind of deal that would work out for us both. I have contacts that could certainly help me acquire you a ship.
She nods, says, I am sure such a deal could be arranged. I have been teaching my sisters. I'm sure I could, if there's anything I know that you do not, teach you as well. Supplement what I'm sure you already know. Nothing.
The cicatrix is like, that sounds like flattery, but she'll take it.
Yeah, clearly the old hag has had dealings with dragons before.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're the best, biggest black dragon I've ever met. Yeah, well, the cicatrix are right. I mean, the thing is, it's like, it works a little bit, right? Even if you know it's fake, you're like, I mean, they try, and I like that. And no, yeah, she'll give them it. Would you prefer one of the lower rooms are still flooded to my preference? Or would you want less damp quarters?
The unto the ship can be arranged. I shall stay. Looks around at one of the broken towers. There.
Yeah, I mean, the cicatrix not using the broken tower. It's broken, so...
Yeah, outside it are mostly brambles. There is
Yeah.
like a broken top floor that's collapsed with the roof, and then so there is some shelter there. Probably she'll have the trolls do something to it.
No, yeah, that's what the cicatrix thinks. She's like, no, yeah, fix up my tower. I'm,
Yeah.
good. Well, feel the cicatrix again being odd, the host. Feel welcome.
We'll go in then.
No.
Bring her trolls and her kin to take control of that tower.
Yeah, I mean, the cicatrix will basically order the people defending them not to bother them.
That means so that you could stop them.
No.
They really tried.
No, but it's the same. Like, don't mess with them. If the troll needs food, give it food. Like,
yeah,
they're all part of the plan. And
Molodruma has always been an excellent diplomat when it comes to other creatures. Dragons, not so much. Too strong-willed, but humans certainly easily manipulated by her power.
yeah, I mean, I bet if she can fucking, keep a troll just like around permanently.
That's several of them.
Yeah, you know what? That's
You
cool.
rarely see her without them.
I mean, but imagine, right? Like, she's like, oh, yes, my physical prowess is not the best, so just like mind controls an army to solve that problem.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, done deal. I mean, the secretary. How many people? Like, how big is the boat that I'm supposed to give them here? Like,
There's 4 trolls and 3 hags. That's a current thing.
okay.
She has no idea about sailing whatsoever. Has never done it.
So she probably need a little bit of instruction on that too.
But if there happen to be people on the boat, she will just take those. That's never been a problem.
Expendables. Well, they're not going to be my people. That's what they're not going to be.
Very good at assimilating whoever's around.
Yeah, I can probably find some leftover people from, our encounter in Westgate that could need a new life, so...
That won't be a problem, basically.
No, cool.
All right. Yeah. Does anyone else have something they want to set out doing?
Yes. It is time. Especially while those other dragons are having to take their long rests. Missouri Leader Thayer has had time to think. She likes having a good think. She doesn't like what's come out of it. I'll explain for the viewers as well as for the other people at this table her mindset. She wants to topple civilization. It's, it's a natural thing because she's at the top of the food chain with nature, and civilization builds a bunch of weapons that can hurt dragons. So if you just derail civilization, then you stop them from building weapons that hurt dragons. There's no ballistae if there's no civilization. Hey, cities like Westgate, that's cool and all. Those can exist. But this whole like concept of like organized resistance to a dragon, nah. So, best way for her to go about doing that? Well, Nobanian does a pretty good job of building teamwork and camaraderie and allies. Just look at Naflin. The Malorites aren't as good with that, as it turns out, because the whole toppling civilization thing. But there's a group of Malorites in the Emerald Enclave that if they could just take power, we'd be able to start something great here around the Dragon Coast. But the Emerald Enclave is currently locked into a whole stop Star Mantle because it's terrible, awful, evil spell plague, and she's firmly on board with that idea too. But she needs the Malorites to actually become powerful and prosperous, which they have a hard time doing because they just want to overthrow civilization and live naturally and not collect money from trade routes. Now, the best way for her to go about doing that, because she is a path of least resistance dragon, is to ensure the Malorites win, which is to then ensure that the Malorites are the ones that clear Star Mantle, preferably before she falls asleep from the next Curse of Lethargy, because she don't know how long she'll be out, and when she wakes up, who knows what the world will be in? Like, who knows what Naflin will have done, what the worshippers of Nobania will have done, so she's on a bit of a time crunch. Now, she's received word that she can acquire a ritual that can purge the spell plague from Star Mantle, and there is an epic tier spellcaster who could be attracted if Imizari Leader were to have this ritual book. This requires an immense sum of wealth, which could be assuaged by hunting animals, and preserving those spell-scarred, plague-changed creatures, which she doesn't want to do. And she also doesn't want to go to Star Mantle directly because of how that might directly impact her. So, the best, shortest, and swiftest way to resolve this is through the own direct application of her wealth, which she would never entrust to any of her minions to handle this, and so she must do this herself. And so it is with just a few days and a deep sigh, she puts a few things within her portable hull. She puts the Ring of Unfettered Motion within the portable hull, which is a beautiful, wonderful ring. I will post that card in the Discord as a reminder of that, worth 125,000. And then she will look at the armor that she's had for some time but no longer has a use of. This battle-forged armor, worth 25,000. She'll collect those in the portable hull. And then, just in case there ends up being a surcharge or some other expense, she'll put the black smelt weapon into the portable hull as well. With those three items combined, with the portable hull, she will travel to the Gulfmere Forest, looking for a pair of druids who will make a journey with her, because she has not gone too terribly far away from the Serpent Valley, and she doesn't know exactly where she's going, and she would like an escort, preferably druids who could fly with her. She will not fly as a dragon, but probably as like a blood eagle or something, who could travel with her to show her the way, so that she can acquire this ritual book, so that she can bring it back up here, so that the epic tier druid can come over here and clear out Star Mantle for Team Malar.
That is pretty much what's in store. Yeah. The druids are ready. They are Malorites, and so probably wear just there's ragged robes and mostly prefer staying in their beast forms. In this case, large eagles. That is a relevant form to them. The trip is rather long, though certainly being able to fly makes it possible in the first place. Really, traveling on foot would be just unfeasible. To find this person who would make this ritual, make this this ritual book. The druids inform her that she has to fly with them all the way south of the Oshround Mountains, across the area now known as the Vilhorn Wilds, to the center of a forest called the Chondlewood, which is a massive forest, even compared to the Gulfmere. What has happened, though, is that in the center of the Chondlewood there is a place now known only as the Plague Wrought Land, a massive area of plague land that is expanding rapidly and devouring both the forest and all the surrounding land. It has gained a dark reputation. In fact, it is probably where many of the Spellscott pilgrims who traveled through this place were intending to go at the end of their journey. It's also a place where those who study the spell plague could be found. And certainly it's a dangerous place, though the druids don't intend to, for any moment, travel into it. It is what they could fear would happen to the Gulfmere. The journey takes her first over the plains of sort of southern Nathlands, the Shining Plains, and it's really outside our map. But going here, though, far south, maybe twice as far again as the map shows of the plains, she will see the edge of darkened land, the southern plains having been scorched by the spell plague a while back. Most of it is plague-wrought with black wheat waving in the wind, as no creatures venture there. The druids will fly around it, circling further out, over the southern Oshround Mountains and the Vilhorn Wilds. Say exactly how long it would take, but it's about 400 miles or so.
All right.
Before you make place at a seemingly very small, ruined city. The city has clearly been burnt in ages past, maybe even just at the end of last age. As many of the buildings are crumbled and ruined, no one's really taken their time to rebuild any more than a couple of buildings that seem to be strategically picked by various groups of people to just have a place to hold up. To the south of this village can be seen a strange sight. The land looks like grey paint in a bucket, rippling, though, as if droplets are dripping into it. The land sort of visibly waving like a sea of viscous liquid. Upon it are the occasional moving tree, also rippling as the sort of ripples go out from the center. In there can be seen things that seem to swim almost through this cursed land, if it can really be called land. And the wind blows from there with a sort of an acrid, burning plastic smell. Something unnatural, something that can't really be placed or compared to anything that has been seen in this world. The people that are here are exclusively people who are here to study the spell plague or to try to stop it. There are healers here, certainly, most of them seeming ragged and demoralized. Beyond that, there's also druids, a temple still standing, or having been reconstructed perhaps in the remains of another old one, to what seems to be Myliki, the unicorn queen.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Not a friend of Emizir's own faith. Though not one of the direct sort of opposites either.
Yeah. It's hard to build friends as Malar.
Mm-hmm. That said, they are healers of the land, both the land and of the people, and certainly a faith that is very strong within the Wilhelm Reach, or the deep wilds, as it were. Some of these people probably have Fey ancestry. Some of them are probably here to try to heal people. But it is towards them that that the two it's supposed to like blood eagles, yeah, would turn.
Oh boy, it's them, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Missouri thinks that I guess it could be worse. She thinks to herself.
It would be a shame if you turned towards a golden lion.
Yeah. Well, there's no disguising it. It's not like she's gonna even, like, waddle up there as a damn blood eagle either. We're here. She's back into her natural form. She's going to do her damnedest not to immediately alarm anyone into thinking that a green dragon's come to kill them. This would be a real shame if that were to happen.
South. As what seems to be the current leader of the encampment quickly steps forward. A green dragon is here. That's not something that happens every day, and clearly flanked by, the eagles, who then sort of turn into ragged-looking druids. Not subtle as the druids here. There's a bit of a standoff, if you will. No one really saying anything as they watch each other. As this what's clearly an archdruid, human, older looking, a sort of a parchment colored skin almost, will step forward and look at Amy Zurek. He speaks. You approach the camp of Veros Fire Shield. Why have you come here?
I am
Follower the Black Claw.
I am Imizure Lidrathir. I dwell near the Gulfmere Forest. I dwell near Starmantle. It was some years back I sent emissaries, and she looks at the Druids of Alar flanking her, to inquire about a means by which Starmantle might be purged of the scourge infecting it. I was informed of such a possibility and the price involved. I have come to pay that price so that the means can be acquired.
The old man's eyes glitter as he sort of looks up, and suddenly, has a recollection of this event. You're not, and such power is not something I would give to just any source. But I have wrecked my mind and cannot for the life of me find a way in which it could be abused. Yes, if you have brought what was requested. He's curious, clearly, but also a patient man. Then a transaction can be made. I do not have it on hand, however, and I might ask you to stay for a few days while I collect it.
I understand, and can wait the requisite days. It will allow me to observe the lands here, for I have not traveled so far south before.
Nods. Still curious about her. Yes, he will go to presumably begin doing what is necessary.
Yeah, the price was 150,000 gold pieces and, deconstructed magic items, right?
Yep.
Okay, then that will be the
full magic item price.
Yep. Ring of Unfettered Motion at 125,000, and the Battle-Forged Armor at 25,000.
Mm-hmm.
There's a deep pain, but Missouri Leader feels that, you know, Malara's gonna see this, and literally no other Malorite in the entire Faerun is capable of paying such a price. She's the one who can do this.
It is massively substantial, to say the least.
That's right.
As yeah. Beyond that, I think you have a very high insight. This person is not actually a human; just appears to be.
You know, it's not a surprise. Archdruids, right? It's someone who's capable of preparing an epic tier like book of like Purge Spell Plague. Could be anything.
Yeah, is she going to spend time investigating the plague lands?
She absolutely will. She has it very much in her mind that this could happen, and with the Spellscarred who dwelled so near where she lives, it could have happened to where she lived had they not been cleared out. And so, like, this is, like, seeing these lands is just a stark reminder of, like, what she has to fight. For as horrid and alien as a dragon's mind might be to those who need civilization, these spell-plagued lands are not something she wants either. And, like, confronting this reality, something that should not be, is going to harden her and resolve her to fight this.
Yeah. I mean, it really is much like a sort of a liquid ocean of grayish paint moving steadily. At the edge of it, you can see the land almost like a shore, sort of a cliffy shore, ragged, as slowly the black sort of a gray goop sort of licks up against it, taking ever more earth down with it as it returns and retracts back out. As if it's slowly eating away anything that is not itself, treading into this black goop. Yet it seems that even though it ripples and moves like liquid, things still stand upon it. Every now and then can be seen, if she looks over it, trees. This was once a forest, after all, a massive forest. The trees now twisted and shapen. The branches changed to be more like sort of ragged fingers, almost skinless though, but bony, reaching up into the air or trying to spread out as if attempting to grasp the sky and tear it to pieces.
Yeah, dragons aren't supposed to be afraid of anything, except for maybe bigger dragons, but looking at this is a hard no for a Missouri leader theater. This should not exist. And I think there's going to be a pretty firm connection to those who dwell here in this camp and are fighting this, that if nothing else, we can agree this should not exist.
Occasionally, there'll be the visible bones of a humanoid. Many spell-scarred, or even non-spell-scarred people come here hoping to acquire a spell-scar by touching it or walking into it or staying within it. The healers here will say that they attempt to cure such things and have had some limited success, but the amount of people who apparently wish to do something like this for power, who have hopeless lives or are destitute in some way, or even just want revenge against the world, and therefore attempt to gain power from this, is enough that they have their hands full all the time.
How does the camp handle people like those desperate folks who can't be saved? Are they just killed or purged?
They are attempted to be saved and usually succumb in the attempt. It is one of the reasons that they have very low morale here, because it is triage. It is attempting to do something where most likely it is in vain. Just to drive it out or to end it, or at least to convince people not to go in there. There are people here with spell scars who are working to limit the growth of this and who are sort of repressing their condition, hoping perhaps that if they end the plague land, they might cure their condition. Though they seem to be in the minority greatly to those who relish in the power.
All right. So, based on the goal that this camp has, the healers at least have, of saving people with spell scars and would rather them die in the attempt, that's not a pro kill them attitude. So I don't think Imizuri leader theory is going to offer.
It's not approach them with fire. It is the respect for life, right?
Yeah.
That is something.
Yeah, I don't think Imizuri leader theory will offer her brand of assistance then.
Yeah.
I can help reduce the strain that you guys have on your system.
Yeah. Staying here for a couple of days while this is done, though, you will also manage to see Rhaenyra's fire shield in his actual form, as it is how he prefers to work, at least when he crosses over across the Plague Lands to study it and to sample it at times. As she will see a large and powerful looking gold dragon moving across the land.
Oh!
A druid of my leaky, to be sure. Itself, as it studies and works to reduce this place. The dragon is clearly interested in Imizuri. It seems rare that other dragons pay as much attention, and I think even if given a moment where Imizuri is passive or simply around, there's probably a limit to how much can be done here without her exposing herself to whatever is out there.
She does not want to do that, so she's gonna the gold dragon's gonna have plenty of chances over the next few days.
We'll approach her and inquire. It is rare for some of our kind, even my own kind, to care so deeply for the land as to attempt to stop the plague that is spreading here. I have taken my own resources, parts of my own hoard, and I have dismantled them as I have now done what I assume is part of yours. What has prompted this act of... And he seems for a moment this existential realism.
I think Emmy goes with truth here. She says, shortly after my emergence into the world, I was directly confronted by the blue flame of the Spellscarred, and they have been a constant threat in my existence. Were it not for the assistance of a druid of Malar, I do not know whether I would have been fit to make this trip. The blue fire threatened to spread over the lands that I consider my home, and looking out, I have seen much damage, both beneath my home and near it, Starmantle being the specific example. Though I heartily disagree with attempting to save those who have the scar, I firmly recognize the need to remove this blight from these lands.
The dragon will look at her, seemingly always taking several moments before replying.
Yeah, fucking makes her really uncomfortable. Like, it's her first time seeing a gold dragon. She knows how powerful gold dragons are. Obviously, this one's gotta be, and, like, she's out of her depth here. Like, if this dragon wanted a piece of her...
Yeah, she looks around and nods slightly. It says, I myself was once taught a lesson by the druids. I hold them in high regard, though... As he sort of looks towards the two blood eagles that sit in a tree, like eating some mammal of some kind, raw, he knows it's druids, and they have not hidden it. Maybe they're even eating the thing close to the other druids just to sort of...
Despite them.
Assert dominance, yeah. It's like some monkey thing or something, ripping apart their claws. She says, our dispositions are different. I believe this goal to be more important than any other goal. If there is room in this world to disagree, on how the balance between nature and society should be, we have won. At this moment, what is central is that there is a nature and a society left to disagree about. Most of my kind believe that to engage as I have semi-destructively with this place, burning the surrounding land so that it cannot be so quickly infected, is wrong. I've had to fight one of my kind to continue my work. Yet, it is necessary. He will produce the I mean, how do dragons even make books? He probably made it a book, honestly. He used his normal human form to do it. Though the book is probably not written on paper. It is by itself a magical creation. I see. Well, hand the sort of it's probably bound in like some sort of dried leaf, maybe even like gilded leaf.
Yeah.
I hope you will find. I hope you will use this as often as possible. It has taken considerable time and effort to create.
Misery gingerly takes it and vows, I would not have wasted my time or yours in this creation if I did not intend to fight this aberration from consuming our nature.
Yeah, he thinks for a moment, as if staring into the future, and then he looks slightly troubled, but gives a nod. But again, contemplating and musing.
Yeah, really uncomfortable.
Should I kill her now or later?
No, definitely not something like that. He is clearly very focused on the need for anyone to do something about this current problem. Even if they disagree on the methods, it's like you're both trapped in the same burning building.
Yeah, like Imizuri has fought, a fellow dragon who had a spell scar, has fought like some horrid eldritch abomination from joining with an Abeloth. She gets and she sees out there like these lands. This could get much worse. She doesn't want this to get worse.
Oh yeah. It's just thing is they're even fighting. This guy, he's not winning. He's not losing, but he's not winning.
Like this sick dragon way older than me and way more powerful than me. And not winning. And there's hubris here in Missouri, but like realistic expectations.
Yeah, this dragon certainly also speaks in a way that seems somewhat strange for a gold dragon. Most of them are usually very much larger than life and sort of refuse to intercede in many aspects. It seems that he truly has given up something to be here. Maybe more essential even than just part of his horde. Yeah, then he will say, if you require more things to fight the spell plague, more things in line with this. Pauses for a moment. I cannot offer them to you for free. I cannot offer them to you without recuperating the time spent creating them. And yet I believe that they are a more worthwhile resource to have in the world than much else. I can only assume I will hear of your deeds.
I thank you for your offer and your time. I will seek you out and not waste it any further if further assistance is needed.
Then he nods. He's clearly curious about Missouri. Things he sees in the various ways that he can see.
Yeah.
Makes him curious. And there is a respect, yeah. It's as if he wants to ask something, but almost it seems almost to her as if he doesn't think she would know the answer, though it is about herself. No.
He's probably right. Great. Well, with that awkward exchange done, Emusere will excuse herself from the gold dragon and collect the druids and depart. Feeling very victorious and taking great care and caution with the book, which she'll put in the portable hole. It's a moment of triumph, but also she could get away from that gold dragon. That'd be really swell. It's hard for her to feel powerful or comfortable.
And she can feel the eyes upon her.
Yeah.
The whole way.
Yeah.
Even maybe when she has left the vicinity and is no longer in sight.
If I just can get back to back to my home, I'll stop feeling those eyes. Oh, old dragons, man.
Just imagine that gold dragon scrying on the book.
Yeah. I mean, and she knows she's not really, she's a dragon, but she's not complete. The ritual was left her in a broken state.
I mean, dragon fear is a real thing, even to dragons.
Yep.
But only to dragons that are smaller than you.
Mm-hmm.
So there might have been that moment, certainly. So a slight stunned time. Certainly an epic tier creature for certain.
I believe so, yes. I believe that fear very much existed.
Young Dante, she has a faith that tells her that the strong must prosper.
Yeah.
Suddenly, it's a
that
different
great
kind of equation.
When you are not on that side. When you're on that side, it's like...
it's one thing to know that there are dragons bigger and stronger and older than you out there, but directly confronting them, different. Good thing we're on the same side. Yeah. Team slay the aberrations.
Save the world.
Yeah. She'll, I think, given her odd mood, she'll thank the druids for escorting her down there, and encourage them to spread the word in the hopes that this powerful leader of the Emerald Enclave will come to Emusere Leaderthir seeking the book that can change Starmantle.
I think at this point, it's subtle, right? Because it's not something you might expect or even think about. But she will notice that they when she tells them, they don't. It's not really her suggesting it to them. At this point, she's telling them what to do, and they will bow their heads and do it. More, not even as a conscious thing, just because she is clearly stronger than them. And at this point, she's somewhat considered part of the pack. And if she's part of the pack, she certainly is amongst the top.
Great. I think Malar works out everything in the end. Hierarchy. Order. Maybe she's not that different from Tilraxis after all. When she does end up returning to her lair, it's going to be a lot of time spent in reflection by the Shrine of Malar with the book she acquired in deep thought, with a mixture of pride and also some humility after the encounter down there.
The book's certainly beautiful.
Yeah.
Gilded pages written in gold leaf of arcane. No, not even arcane, really. It's just natural, right? It's nature, which means that it is the power of druidic magic, of the world itself wanting to preserve itself. Maybe she even has small bits of if she looks through it, and I'm sure she
would, yeah.
There might even be small parts that she understands intrinsically. Things that refer to some energy in the world and draws upon it to banish the spell plague. Because there is one power that is opposite, and that is the power that is within her herself. The psionic power. And maybe she realizes it. I mean, that's up to you, really, depending on how deeply she looks into it. That this ritual relies upon the world's sort of passive ability to protect itself, which manifests in creatures as psionic ability, as something that has become very much more frequent after the spell plague, as almost like the world is fighting back against the changes that have happened. Almost an immune system trying to fight an infection.
For her particular case, for as long as she has this book, this is the most valuable treasure that she possesses. And I think, basically until it's deemed otherwise, like she's just going to spend her time with the book, because she has nothing that's as beautiful or as important as this in all of her hoard. She certainly does not have another epic tier item.
Yeah. I think as she rests by the pond, it's subtle. Malar is not one to spend a lot of time sort of on anything other than hunting and killing things. One of the nights at midnight, as it happens, she will notice that in the middle of the pond, a blood red sort of stain has appeared, as if a large drop of blood has fallen into it, spreading through it, and a smell of sort of the coppery substance as well. Clearly a sign of approval. Maybe more to come.
Yeah, losing that treasure, that was rough, but this is what's right, damn it.
Mm-hmm. The blood drum will gradually sink to the bottom, where it will sort of congeal and grow black into a hardened, almost like a rock lying at the bottom of the pool.
Huh.
The size of like an orange or something. Slightly knobbly, as you would expect.
Orange? In this weather?
Oh, size-wise.
Yeah, I get it. Stare in confusion and wonder. I mean, witnessing the direct manifestation of like a deity like in front of you, even for a dragon, I mean, that's more powerful than a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just look at it with wonder.
Yeah.
Malar sees and knows this is the right thing. What other minion or servant of Malar is gonna be able to shell out this kind of wealth to get shit done around here?
Most of them don't have any.
Exactly. That's the thing about overthrowing civilization.
It is, they mostly work alone or with like wild packs and such.
Yeah. Kind of a flaw there if you're just super like into Malar.
It's even the cults mostly like go hunting and then give people food. So
Yeah.
that doesn't believe in hunting just for the sake of it. It believes to hunt to eat it.
Exactly.
Because, should. So that's not. Well, then again, there's a reason it's not like the most outlawed or outrageable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There are worse religions.
Oh yeah, plenty. They're certainly not liked either. All right. Do any of you others want to do something? Or should we just get going with what other people want to do?
I think I do want to do one thing here before I wait how the world acts and such, which is I think ever since the Spirehorn tribe got integrated, a bit of an unruliness going on, only true sovereignty. It's time to improve the culture a bit, I think. Get everyone to work together properly and such. So I would like to roll
What
for
will be
that.
your conduit? Like, what's the driving force here to make people together?
Oh, how would he do that? Thinking some sort of like tournament, which while it might sound like that would be divisive and such, what Villignev's going to do is he's going to take like a couple people from each faction. So like the dwarves, I don't know whatever Tiamat worshippers might be visiting, that they'll get roped in as well, and the various lizard folk tribes, and just mix them together into teams. And then he'll have a bit of a sparring tournament with whatever behemoth they choose to use, whatever weapons they want. Have a bit of an event going on. And the winners get congratulated by him, which of course is the greatest prize anyone could ever win.
All right, sure. Yeah, okay.
Tiamat teaches us that congratulations from Malignant are the best prize.
Yeah.
We should be greedy for it. We should hurt people for it. Yeah, I mean, most people here are not really into Tiamat, as it were, but they don't have to be. That's not even required. But so they probably do it for their own reasons, which is probably fine. Yeah, I think you can give it a try. It's territory and treasure.
All right.
Your culture, your power. It's also been some years of peace here with the dwarves, so it's been a while since you've been assaulted.
It's true. Double force, which I believe is enough.
That is enough. As it'll be a year of consolidation and unification. Of course, you'll have that as currently a 3 -1.
-1.
The permanent bonus doesn't manifest until next year.
Unless you roll 5 10s, then you can have it.
It's forced. It was sort of.
It took me 2 years, man.
That was close to a limit. People, but yeah, it does shake people a bit. They're forced to learn each other's languages a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if the reward itself, ever so gracious and kind as it is, I mean, surely they also do like wagers in between.
Right.
Like, the dwarves bet on the dwarves.
Right.
Yeah.
The most important question is who wins the tournament?
Everyone.
Every team, I guess.
Tiamat does not believe everyone is a winner. That's not.
fuck that.
People do not get participation trophies.
Nope.
I actually think this matters for the hierarchy, considering all the disparate groups that Malignant has, especially the 2 rival lizard folk tribes.
Yeah, I mean,
it
it wouldn't be each faction competing, but rather a mix of each faction in each team to produce some cohesive units of people who wouldn't ordinarily work with each other because of the faction divides being forced into some sort of cooperation.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but who wins?
I don't know.
Worst people win. Lizard folk each believe that they won.
Yeah.
That's probably how it will fan out. But the other faction can be useful. I mean, free sovereignty is not like they love each other, but they generally do what they're told without, grumbling about it.
They just gotta respect that everyone has their strengths, even if they dislike each other and motives and such. Some competition is definitely conducive to producing useful minions, but not to the point where people refuse to work with each other.
As if they, almost as if they think they have a choice. How novel.
I think Malignant has been pretty good at giving his people choices.
Yeah.
It was that ambition and independence that had them blow up the mountain peak.
Yeah, almost kill him. It's worked.
Almost.
Yeah,
The result
key,
is the
right?
important thing, yeah.
Clearly, they calculated it carefully and knew that he would, he could do it.
Yeah. Of course, they believe that he is, in fact, indestructible.
Yeah, it was not a roll of dice that, in any way or shape or form. Like, it was not even a gamble. They knew he would be true.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. Anything else that should be?
I think the marked will go ahead and move out of Tisir again.
All right.
There's really more of a temporary station, and it's a little crowded here. You know, we'll move back to
the old place.
Yeah, basically just. I mean, we've had a couple people there. You know, we're just gonna go back. You know, we got a new ship. We have to paint name stuff.
Mhm.
You know, we'll send a gift to like 3 of the captains so that they can all fight
Mhm.
without
They're very
telling
happy
them
to
who.
just do
You
things.
know.
Then I will begin the other factions.
Sure.
Firstly, Thunderhope. They are going to try to gather some information because things are happening over there and they don't like it. Okay. Good. Well, that's a pretty good roll. Yeah.
They learned what they want to know, and they learned it fast.
Yeah. Then early in this year, there will be another dwarf emissary coming to the Dragonfane.
Sure.
It's a different one from last time. This one is unknown to Malignith Warface. We'll bring a short message. Say, things are difficult. We do not believe you are involved, however, so we'll give you a warning as a courtesy. Several of our nobles have died in their sleep, some showing signs of abrupt violence, crushed skulls, strangled throats. Their rooms were guarded, their locks upon the door. No one has entered or left. We have clearly been infiltrated in some manner, but even so, the source is still unknown. Have you encountered such things yourself? It appears to us that the more level-headed of our leaders have been targeted.
I've not been the target of similar attacks. I would know. I suspect that this particular place is perhaps too compact for that sort of attack. I oversee everything. Perhaps you should know that I detest these tactics, and I'm sure your inquiries on whether I was involved or not will have confirmed exactly that. I am a creature of direct action, not this indirect, in the shadows, unseen. If I act somewhere, I am heard and seen and felt.
There's a short but telling nod.
I truly am angered by these attempts at some outside force trying to play us against each other. I, of course, was not always the most pleasant neighbor to Thunderhome, to say the least. But my intentions have always been honest. And those honest intentions do include a potential cooperation in the future. Which is why I would want to offer my assistance in this matter. I will have to have a think about how exactly that may manifest. But perhaps proximity and a strength and a show of unity between the two of us would be conducive to showing that whatever they are trying to do will not in fact work. I therefore propose that I visit Thunderhome for an extended stay.
The dwarf sort of looks at Velignith. His face made of stone. We could create accommodations that could befit you within the mountains, certainly.
I, of course, will have to ensure some escort. There are... I wouldn't want to rely on whatever servants you may be able to procure for myself. I would not ask that much.
Slight hesitation. Of course, a limited amounts of
Obvious.
personal servants could be probably be done.
And of course, I will require permission and ability to investigate the matters of whatever force is trying to influence Thunderhome with some freedom.
With a slight hesitation. Again, I would have to bring such suggestions to my lords. Though given the new composition of them, I am doubtful as to the result. Our previous request is also no longer valid. This winter, the Aboleth was seen floating as a corpse down the water until it fell into the underchasm. Something killed it. That much is clear.
When I said it was completely irrelevant, I did not expect to be so correct.
Do you know what killed it? Who?
No. We did not at first believe it was dead when it floated by.
Suppose that is one worry less, but an added worry of what being might be strong enough to face it.
If you were interested to aid in reclaiming the lost hold below, such a thing might now be much easier.
During my stay in Thunderhome, I would not be opposed to a united expedition.
I shall bring the idea of a stay up with my superiors. We shall see if they can prepare dragon room.
I would want to send one of my people with you to properly present the advantages of cooperating with me. There are things you might not expect that would benefit Thunderhome in the long run. The fact that we would have to no longer be in conflict being among them, of course, but there are others.
There's a slight handheld of this. We could not accept someone at the current situation. If they were to die under our watch, that would make us bad hosts. Currently, we clearly don't have a great grip on that situation.
Yes, you're certainly slipping.
I'll return, though, with what you've said. And should you encounter, well, perhaps you should take whatever steps you see necessary to protect yourself and your people against such things. As the dwarf will take his leave. Though intrigued by the idea of having Velignith stay with them for time.
I bet they are.
Well, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they just imprison you in a dwarven, like, trap room in the middle of Thunderhome.
Well, the last group that tried to imprison Velignith had their home blown up, so I expect the same thing to happen here in the worst case.
I don't think they would treat you the same way Cloud Giants did.
I mean, they might treat him better, honestly. They won't give him, like, bamboo.
Well, it depends on whether killing him is something you consider better.
Yeah, well, you know, the swift release of death. Might be a mercy at that point. Instead of mocking dwarfs for like 100 years. That doesn't sound like.
One thing before you return to the initiative, Manikai.
Mm-hmm.
Were-rats, primarily, their orders for this year are to be acting against the Thayans. Much as other factions have operated against us before in the past, the were-rats, their primary task is to basically just anything the Red Wizards want to do here in these mountains, were-rats to harass them every step of the way and sabotage it.
All right. Yeah. I mean, that can be done. Let's see.
To that
point, before you do that, I think the Dragon Thane would like to assist that effort.
This is.
I was gonna say the Mark II.
No, this is an action that our characters talked about. It's not something I'm asking for permission about, nor would the whereas work together with other companies to do that.
All right, if you insist on working alone, that's fine. I'm just figuring that the Lignus lizard folk know the area perhaps better than rats and such.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
You fucking...
I mean, you don't live here.
What did you
anymore.
just say? The lizard folk know the Serpent Valley better than the were-rats?
Yeah, at least the Sunseekers from above. That's not a perspective the were-rats
I don't know what hit your head today, Sheep, but it needs to hit your head again.
I think you're underestimating what lizard folk can learn in so many years living on the surface.
They just moved into the valley.
No, I mean the Sunseekers. They've been here for a while.
In the Fane.
Yeah.
Some of my were-rats have been with me for decades.
They've moved out of the valley.
Do you think all of them moved out of the valley?
I mean, all the relevant ones.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see I think that would be a policing role.
Policing.
Trying to stop people from acting freely in this.
What is that? Might and influence? I forget the role.
Might and sovereignty.
Might and sovereignty. Understood. What would Ziaze do? Yeah, we probably beat up on the trade routes first before we territory and sovereignty to increase might. That'll be 5 dice. Yeah, territory and sovereignty to increase treasure. No, to increase might. We're recruiting new people. Yes. Yeah, we recruit new people.
You have to do 3 of your caravan cards, and you can go with all your goods.
There you go. What a deal. There we go. So then with 7 dice, we will work on policing the region. There are 10s.
Double 10s. All right. Sure. Now this is not. There's not an extra success here to do like stealth.
No, like she doesn't intend for like she wants them stopped more so than anything stealth. She doesn't care whether the Red Wizards if they knows the were-rats.
All right. Yeah. Then when we get to them, that will be a thing. They're not acting yet, though.
It's the were-rats' main task this year.
The Call of the Dragon will continue to lose to the Harpers. Keep the liberty of doing their thing, because I didn't think it would help them. That's an ongoing conflict they have. The Harpers beating down the cult. It's not going well for them.
It's just really okay. They were willing to associate with my enemy dragon, even though it's perfectly within their usual logic. But you know, I'm petty.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't seem to do Valiknev much good either. So
the continued trap of the Cult of the Dragon.
They were awful, but also just like if they can't do anything for Religna, who's basically just like smash and grab guy, like what am I gonna use them for? They can't even do that. Like,
I mean, they used to have a city, but
yeah, but yeah,
they've been
exactly.
ousted.
Used to.
Take a drink every time I hear about the Call of the Dragon.
Yeah, so no, I think she's not gonna even acknowledge them. No messenger of theirs will actually make it to her personally. That's not.
Waste of her time.
Yeah.
Sembia is still licking their wounds from the last fight. But well, with their allies, move their ally here. Then Comir will respond by moving a faction into Tizir. Along with building up another one.
As we were informed last year.
Yeah.
Well, clearing expedition over here has been restructuring. Can now be a unified front for the city-states of the east here. West, I suppose it is. And we'll move along this road, though we'll stop here, given the news of a purple worm ravaging the area. That is not something the thing doesn't stay. It just eats a bunch of people and then leaves to go somewhere else. A menace that they're not quite sure how to handle, to the point that you will hear about a bounty, several thousand gold being placed upon whoever can take down the beast.
Several thousand gold.
Valigna shows up to collect the bounty at Spartan.
Few adventurers
somewhere else. They didn't say kill it, they said take it down.
Yeah, that very much sounds like an adventurer thing to do.
They don't really take them up on it. Most adventurers don't think that sounds like a great quest to do.
No.
The stupid fucking 3 dragons.
It took 3 dragons to do that, yeah.
Good fucking luck, guys.
The damn thing is bad.
Yeah.
Merchants even don't like traveling across because every now and then carriage is swallowed, right? What are you going to do? Some merchants will even begin carrying wagons loaded just with meat that they can sort of sacrifice to try to escape.
Cost you doing business.
It's all added to the consumer in Waterdeep.
Imagine being the caravan guard escort. Like, what are you hired for? To escort the caravan past the ruins of Elversalt. Oh.
Well, they have people going in front of the caravans, removing little rocks to try to minimize the bumping on the ground and such. They say that the thing can hear through the earth.
It's a nightmare. You just look outside and see all these zones. The Red Banner host, the Purple Worm.
On the bright side, the library has never had so many people asking about the Purple Worms. Like, no one fucking cared about those things. And now, so much business.
Prices have also gone up,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's very
Again,
costly.
the Temple of Alchemy doesn't actually want to sell you knowledge.
Yeah, they don't want to tell you anything about the Purple Worm.
They do it because they need the money sometimes, but they don't want to. Ideally, they just want to hoard all of it forever. But they will if you give a substantial enough donation. Depending on your own wealth, it has to be an amount that hurts you to give them. Right? It has to be painful. Otherwise, it doesn't count as a sacrifice.
Just fucking assholes.
No, I mean you have to respect the knowledge you're given, and it has to come at a cost.
Yeah, of course.
Because if you have to take the shortcut of not finding out yourself, then you got to pay for it.
Yeah, like they do.
That's why they're the best people to tell secrets to, because they're never going to give those secrets to people. Not freely.
They also a faction most people don't want to mess with, because they know if they actually began manifesting all their knowledge to sort of for a purpose, they could accomplish a lot of things just by giving people things. Well, that would be against their
The
faith.
Iron Bank of Redency.
All their knowledge. Yeah. Beyond that, news will be probably that the Wasted Wheat will be preparing to go this year, but they won't do it this year. Violence has subtly made their way inside.
Yeah, sounds like not my problem right now.
That's fair. Right now, there's certainly other issues, right? Because we, of course, have the Red Wings. They want to gather more information. To do this, they have to move to the valley, so they will attempt to do so. Now, in that, they won't go there instead of camp. They found this nice little cave area. That seems great for their current camp, so not long term. Their scouts patrol out. You're keeping an eye on them with the rare rats. Their scouts are mostly just like roaming zombies, being scryed upon presumably by whatever wizard was leading them. They don't seem to have a lot of wizards. One primary one is scouting out things. The mine doesn't seem interesting to them, but the old watchtower does seem interesting. Maybe that would be a good base camp for now. They probe up the mountain a little bit, and of course down into the valley, where they will, coming down from that side, quickly hit upon the place where one of the old giant ruins that once had a dig site for the first day to come here. Now, the werewolves, I assume, will then try to just assault them.
Yep.
Every step of the way, ripping and tearing these zombies who really aren't like. There's a battle, right? The werewolves will fight them, but they are superior. The things don't have silver in any context, and aren't intelligent enough to really do anything. They're just sort of walking anchors for spells.
Unless it's Valignus minions, no one's allowed into the valley. Not this year. That's her standing orders to them.
Mm-hmm. And they will attempt to breach it. Actually, do an opposed roll here. It's the double 10s. Essentially, it's a difficulty 10 roll.
That's difficult, probably.
It is, yes. Luckily, the person who runs this business seems to think that he has, at the moment, plenty of time. So that's good.
I think I'd have plenty of time too if I were immortal.
Oh, they do it.
Well, I mean, that's a match, right? But they also have
Right.
9s. So I think I'll interpret that as yes, most of the year, the werewolves will manage to remove any servants that are sent. They're just not tough enough, and the werewolves have the complete like situation awareness. These undead are not really able to do much. And at some point, he begins running out of like zombie chaff, and will actually go there himself. The werewolves assume that, I mean, they still have standing orders to do so, to stop him.
Yep.
And they will attempt to, which will simply result in the werewolves not returning that day. Some of them maybe that were like the second group or whatever, reporting to Imgur as fast as they can. There's a bit of a distance there, but compared to someone just walking into the valley. And I think Valignus people are probably watching over the place too. Is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Occasional flyover. They probably will be told too that the Thayan has descended into the valley, presumably to look for whatever happened to all the zombies. So seemingly annoyed at these packs of wererats that have been messing up things for several months of studying these old ruins and whatnot that are around here.
Well, the minions won't do much more than observe. That's what they've been told.
The Wererad's orders will be amended to assault anyone who is not Like, keep going after undead, basically. But,
The master wizard himself.
yeah. Now that you all know what this individual looks like, stay away from that one.
He took to he took to with rapid speed as he was jumped by like 12 were-rats or something, right? A pack. To raise a hand, and from each finger a lance of necrotic energy simply vaporized them into sludge mid-air before he simply ripped their skeletons from the ground and brought them to bear following him. It was a very rapid sort of event.
Yeah. Good. Not good, but good.
So you will move to stay at the this is the same location the old one stayed. There's this little dig site. You might find something or find some answers that suggest you should go in that direction, because you will, and we'll move there to stay. Though, given the obstruction, I'll say he doesn't advance his clock. He doesn't have enough time to accomplish that this year, as well as move.
Well, Sheep, if you want to pursue any action in the valley, by all means.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Because those cowardly were-rats are... on the list of things Invisuri Leader Theory expects them to do, assault the Lich, presumed Lich, is not one of them.
Just a clot of lance, minor action, whenever they come near.
You know, as one does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, that would actually miss me. Nice. As a minor action. Love it.
Was it?
Great.
Just minor action dazes you. It's not even a save
I can't wait to find this guy. Time to get some fucking potion of anti-necrotic damage.
Oh, well, we had discussed plans in our meetings a few sessions back about, like, what actions, like, say, Valignant directly would take in the valley. I don't know whether you intended to follow up on anything, Sheep.
I mean, there was still the idea of burying the tomb.
Yeah.
Which I think now is high time. I was hesitant because I don't really want to mess with that place, just as a general rule. But the fans shouldn't find it. Like, what would be the season right now? Like the
Well,
the
this point, it
soil.
sounds like it's autumn.
Yeah, autumn.
Autumn. Autumn sounds wet enough, right?
Well,
Not
I
here.
mean, wet season really is the spring, but it's actually very dry. But
Wonderful.
Minor action daze attack.
Right? I'm like, can we just like bury him in rocks or like?
Are you sure you don't want to become a Draco Lich? It's not too late.
I'm like, maybe I should save the fucking cultist. It's like, yo, bitches.
If you were just
Dragon
immune to necrotic damage, yeah.
If only we had some sort of dam or something, so we could just flood the valley.
Well, you would also need enough water, and there doesn't really enough water here until the spring.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not really wet enough to cause like a mudslide, then I'm not sure how to plausibly argue how Villigan would do this without really showing his hand here. He could
Yeah.
certainly,
Malignant sponsoring the reconstruction of giant works too.
yeah.
After he vowed to destroy them.
We need
After
to
he-
rebuild this dam.
As thoroughly as he possibly could destroy all remains.
A whole new one. To make a project.
I don't know. I feel like anything he would try in that regard now would just reveal him, which seems worse.
Does he believe he's not going to be revealed?
Yeah, that's the other question, isn't it?
Your dragon's the one who lives closest to the Serpent Valley.
He's not exactly subtle either.
No, he's not exactly subtle, and this Master Wizard is like an all-terrain vehicle. It has no trouble navigating.
No, he hovers most of the time.
Yeah.
I think my first instinct would be here that in terms of faction actions, I don't think Valignus can do much. So it might be time for us to take action. To just remove them, even if it reveals some of us.
No, we discussed this. Like, I'm not about to renege this. We literally talked about whether we were going to directly attack the Red Wizards as like their expedition. We said no. Because even if we do slay the Master Wizard, it's likely a Lich, it goes back to Zaz Tam, and then we're just kicking the can to us in the future when more Thayans show up. But nothing has changed regarding that. I will not take a direct action, like, with my dragon against this dude.
I mean...
We just discussed this.
I know. I was hesitant about... I didn't expect them to move so quickly.
All of the signs showed, let's go to the Serpent Valley first.
I didn't want them to move this quickly.
They're here now.
Guy, it's not that quickly when you consider it's over a year.
Well, I mean, what is time to a dragon or to this mastered wizard, right?
Well, probably just as much as there's more interesting places to be than these dumb mountains.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think the thing Valignus people would be best at would be to just disrupt them as the Werets have been trying to do, but I'm not sure if that's gonna help. I don't know anything I can suggest to do, as I said, bury the place without, like, a mud avalanche or something.
So, the thing here is that we could, like, destroy, like, the company through, like, it could even be, like, indirect attacks, unconventional attacks, but much as the case as it has been with certain, like, entities, we could not destroy the Master Wizard. Much like the Cloud Giant. Like, the Master Wizard would still exist. And be like, why the hell have you destroyed, like, my company?
My apprentices, my stuff.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna file a report about this. I'll get back to you.
Thoroughly dissatisfied with those hosts of this land. Yeah, I mean, he certainly hasn't asked for permission, right? You can go meet him if you want.
I don't think that's conducive, really.
Yeah, if he's our leader, certainly does not want to speak with another Thayan. Probably because she doesn't really know how she could trick a dead one. Like, the living one that she tricked, she could work with that, but... How do you trick a Lich? She doesn't know the answer to that question. And she assumes they're all Liches at this point. Anyone who's important...
But the problem is also, like, normally, you trick people by having something they want, but this guy, he wants us, and then, like, I don't want to give him that. It's like, ideally, I would want to lead him somewhere else.
I thought about that. Just like...
Yeah, it's like, but where?
No, we're in the southern mountains. That's where you'll find your clues.
Yeah, there's a blue dragon. It's probably him, huh?
Well, it doesn't sound like anyone's taking the action, so just keep going through initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah, if attacking isn't going to help much, then my options in general are fairly specific. And usually in that direction.
All right. Yeah, that's who's gonna directly act this year. Most people are resting after serious action, while Cormier is creeping in.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Well, if you have no more things, then you should go to the next year.
No, No.
There's one thing I think the Dragonfang will
Now
definitely
they come, all right.
Yeah, I just didn't want to do everything at once just to see what would happen further in the year. As is our right, apparently, as PC factions.
Yeah.
Grimith would like to influence fandom a bit, change people's minds a bit about how good of a dragon he is.
All right.
There's a lot of trouble going on in fandom with assassinations and whatnot. And
it seems a lot of the people you influenced last time are now dead, so...
Yeah, that's not great. And while Grimith doesn't expect his attempt here to actually... Well, his attempt, let me rephrase that. What he wants to do is send a small group of probably his dwarfs, because they'll probably be received best, to make an offer to whoever in Thunderhome might be interested. You know, if normal dwarf guards and such were so easily fooled, he could totally sell whoever's paranoid some Iron Snake constructs, which make great guards, and basically just make it apparent that if there's anything he can do, he'll offer to help. You know, you need guards, you need perhaps some new weapons for your dwarven guards, as it were, that might work better somehow. He's there. Give him a call, basically. Just showing that he can.
Advertising. Yeah.
Yeah.
As all of the reasonable lords who would be influenced by him are murdered in their sleep, this is not concerning at all. Oh, shit.
Basically, I'm trying to evoke, like, rumors that the dragon over yonder is actually disgusted by these cowardly assassination attempts and would rather make sure they stop so we can go back to good old predictable combat if it comes to it, rather than being an enemy right now in this trying time.
Influence plus treasure roll with a minimum difficulty of 4.
Okay, influence plus treasure. That's going to be great.
Yep.
It's nothing.
No. In fact, rumors begin to spread that maybe this is a false flag attack. Maybe the dragon assassinated people so that now he could come and become the savior. Sounds like something a dragon would do.
I mean, I considered it, but that's besides the point.
Is it something Malignith would do, though?
It's not, but they don't know that.
It's true.
A galvanizing thing for them.
There are a bunch of religious zealots that have come there to
Thunderhome. Beginning to be put on the Red Dragon as the one who killed all these good men at their funerals. You know, the high priest who had the vision speaks. And
yeah, of course he does. Crazy man.
Of course he's still alive, yeah.
Yeah, no one heard him.
He wasn't murdered in his sleep for some good reason.
Yeah. No, well, perhaps the dragon tried. But the gods were on his side.
Yes! Yes! Exactly. Oh,
skepticism is clear because many dwarves don't believe this is they're not convinced, but it's a continued standstill. You could try again though.
With 3 dice.
Could happen.
Go great.
Hey, you can gather some resources.
I look forward to the room that's prepared for you next year.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a great idea anymore.
Which might be happening 10 minutes from now.
It's like an anti-magic cube with spears on all sides.
Within the inner sanctum of the Church of Moradin.
Yeah, man, that doesn't sound great.
As a guest, of course.
Yeah.
There's probably a way to temporarily increase your influence, right?
Yeah.
You would use sovereignty in another stat and explain how you're doing that. Whether it's like using your treasury to like buy influence, whether it's using your might to
squeeze.
Yeah, it would be to repurpose information brokers and what have you.
Step on people's toes.
Yep. Your territory to throw around the silver you don't have, wink.
No, Fundome is making this very difficult, just in general.
Here we go.
They
again.
always are. Oh.
I didn't want to have to do this fast forward 10 years, he's setting Thunderhome on fire. It didn't have to be this way.
I mean,
You
nobody can
wanted
say
this.
that I didn't try, okay?
I agree, you're trying.
Yeah, very patient. Huh?
Yeah, totally patient.
Yes, everyone that I talk with is just very patient. They also look up to the sky when they say it nervously.
Yeah,
Like a volcano. He's quiet until he erupts, and then destroys
Yeah.
the volcano.
exactly. I think many things. Influence really is not a strong point. How would I argue to use might to increase? I guess like squeezing information brokers does make sense. Like trying to figure out how to rephrase things so the people of Fundome might be more perceptive to them.
Like you're forcibly
Also
enlisting
like
people.
Waylaying, like diplomats.
Yeah. And
For information, stuff like that.
Agitators, firebrands, what have you.
Firebrands, exactly.
Yeah, you just, causing them to see the truth of Malignant.
Yeah. See the
Instruction.
truth.
I mean, that's sort of the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that gaining status is also to get it. So.
No. I think we're gonna squeeze territory a bit here to get more influence. Specifically, I think it's gonna be the same approach still of trying to make Thunderhome see the advantages of working together with him, all the things he can make, and all the resources he has at his fingertips. Trying to dazzle him with,
Alright, so you're going to be using like your territory and sovereignty to raise like one of your stats to then like make the roll again.
Yes,
Okay.
that is the territory sovereignty, which is that's not going to work. I'm gonna try anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a double 5. Okay.
All right, that worked out. Make some nice stuff.
+1 influence.
Gonna
And
exhaust the defenses.
I mean, we're still very, very mighty, just not very territory. And then I'm just gonna try again, see if they see the light this time. If they don't, then
see the light with gifts.
Maybe this is not the right approach if they don't see it. They don't see it.
It doesn't come through. They're sent and such, but there's just again, what he wants is for them to once again be like unified. But it seems like he's working against someone. Like,
okay,
his work probably didn't just fall over.
Yeah, and then which will not be what even is the word? A company action. I would like to spend money on more oracles because, quite frankly, why make things difficult by going to questionable sources who don't seem to like him at all when he can just ask a mystical ghost being that has seen everything?
Yes.
It's of course very sad that he actually has to spend money on this, and it hurts. But
eating
it
a piece of his hoard.
It does get results. Like you can't argue with that.
I mean, yes, it does.
The Cicatrix
is an investment in the future.
Magic just solves all of our problems.
That's Forgotten Realms right there. Magic just solves all of our problems.
Yeah. The Cicatrix would also like to, purchase that that service of Malignant, certainly.
Alright, so you're going to be slinging out 2 Consult Oracles. One funded by Cicatrix and one funded by Malignant.
Yeah, this one will certainly be his own. He has questions that he doesn't know how to answer otherwise, and they might be very relevant.
3,600 gold.
3,600 gold indeed.
Once
For
again, context. Spirits between realities.
that
It takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is his Tiamat given power. So
probably happens in the temple too.
Oh yeah,
stepping in, just putting some gold in a bowl, and then lighting it on literal fire. As it burns away to Tiamat's horde.
Yeah.
Oh.
Terrible roll. Okay.
Be 2 questions.
2 questions. That might be plenty. I want to know what killed the Aboleth.
Question is answered immediately. You must phrase your question. Is the oracle going to answer with a single word or brief phrase? The answer must be known to at least one creature, even if that creature is no longer alive.
All right. I guess the answer would be Sword Wraith.
Okay. That's concerning. Disconcerting, even. And the second question. This feels somewhat lame to use magic, but it's just, I mean, it's possible. So I would like to ask it, what is the source of the necrotic presence in the valley? Or rather, where is the source of the necrotic presence in the valley?
Where? All right.
The location that I need to investigate.
All right. Yeah. Then you would gain a single word. Sure, I get my spelling right here. What? You would get simply Needheim.
Okay.
You're like, wait, come back, what is Nina?
The ritual will end.
This, okay.
Here's the danger about using the oracular abilities. You end up with more questions.
And it's more than I had before. If I spend enough money, I'll know everything.
Just throw money at it. Maybe one day you'll roll above like a 5.
But greed is a thing. Let's ponder about these answers before we consider setting more money aflame. Maybe someone knows.
All things considered.
It's about 3,600 gold more than I would like to pay for anything ever.
That's certainly true. There's money that's gone now.
Yeah,
There's a bit in the world. Some negative inflation.
You're helping to resolve the economy.
Oh, that's so generous of you.
All right, that'll be it for me for now.
Here you go for your viewers. I'll put an image of Consult Oracle there, because it seems relevant, especially since it might be about to happen again.
It might.
Yeah. I have some actions if no one else
Go.
wants to act. Yeah, should I go ahead with the Oracle first? Or should I also have some ideas for Tissir maybe. Yeah, we might as well do the sorry?
Deal.
Yeah. Then the Cicatrix will ask Beligneth for her. Of course, she will pay for it, but whether he will perform the Oracle rituals for her. Well, that's all.
Beligneth? Sheep?
He's muted. He might have been disconnected, but he said he would. He said he would already, but of course he needs to be around for the religion check.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can start doing other.
Why don't you just hear first then?
Yeah. So I'm assuming that since Cormier is now supporting the fire knives, there must be some kind of siphoning of resources there. And I would like to interfere with that process.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if this policing is new or old or whatever.
Old.
After we destroyed the fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I want to do some pirating. I want to
A
specifically
little bit
try.
of stuff happening between the Captain's Council and the King of Courier, but it didn't seem super relevant, so I just did it and then
Yeah, I
spent some
mean,
of the resources on both sides. None of them really wanted to commit heavily.
sounds like, call me if they want my help. If they unified want my help, or at least, more so than not. Yeah, so I would like to try and really interfere with that process. I guess, like, the opposite of policing.
That's also just policing.
Yeah. I think I would like to do that.
I love the image of the marked moving out of Tazir and then like rearing back around to police the area.
Yeah, well,
Boats trying to get rid of other people's boats. All right.
Yeah.
Basically, policing is like a preemptive defense against people doing things you don't like.
Yes, I do. Cormier wants to siphon resources to the fire knives. Well, they're gonna have to go a long way around.
All right, do might sovereignty. It's on water.
It is on water. I know.
Water.
Finally, we're back on water, bitches. So happy. I need to actually check my. There we go.
Sorry.
Oh, I have new ads. I need to.
I took
clear
a bite.
my-
Do you still need that roll?
Yeah, I'll just. I started doing something else, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a pretty good roll with that now, so that will be 8 dice. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's yeah.
Yeah. Right, we're fucking stealing shit here.
I guess the 9/9 will go towards it.
And I guess maybe the 7/7 is like, maybe people don't need to know that it's us. Like,
yeah.
Like, okay, the people who are in the know, but it's like, we're not hoisting the flag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
there
because,
will be more piracy going on there. If
Yeah,
they
we
try
need
to do something to
them,
help
yeah.
the finance, that would be
Yeah, we need Zambia to be able to have plausible deniability when
Mhm.
we're like, yo, we helped
Well,
you
you
out,
do,
man.
because you have nothing to do with them. So
Yeah, exactly. Give me money.
boats are never.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, maybe we'll pretend.
To be Sepians. All right. Yeah, that's done.
I was said that went well.
I mean, they're not going to take any extra actions now, but you'll have it until we return next year.
Yeah. I wonder if I can influence, or at least can I gain information whether the Order of the Basilisk, how they feel about the Fire Knights being there.
The Basilisk is sad that they lost a lot of money in Westgate because everyone took it from them. They are very much in a situation where they're licking their wounds. They're not about to throw down with anyone.
I guess they all are the people here. How about the Blue Sun Guild?
No, they're small time slavers. They of course don't want the like Colmir to rule here, but they're not gonna fight Colmir. really, none of these factions are particularly interested in a fight with Cormier right now.
It's pretty hopeful of you to think that you could squeeze a Cormyrian Defense League out of the Order of the Basilisk, the Blue Sun Guild, and the Purple Man.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need them to be like the front people. You just need them to be like, Fire Knives. No, I don't like that.
Be friends with the Fire Knives, probably.
What?
They're not going to be friends with the Fire
Oh,
Knives.
okay. They're gonna be friends. I'm like, no.
But they're not. Right now, basically, they're not acting because they're not motivated. They're doing their little petty crimes and such as they will, but
Okay.
yeah, not in a really big way to do much.
Well, Sheep, if you would be so kind to roll the Oracle. Oh, hey!
All right, that actually changed the thing. Yeah, that's 3 questions.
3 questions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first question is gonna be, what was my goal again?
The first question is, what is my goal?
No, the first question is, are the Death King and they working together in the Giants Run Mountains?
I hate that we're trying to solve goals through...
I'm disgusted with the both of you. I genuinely am.
I am disgusted with myself.
No.
Oh,
Cool.
thank Lord.
Goal completed. Let's just delete this ritual going forward.
What? Oh, I guess have Velignif shared the knowledge that he got?
I mean, what specifically would you ask him? You can't just show up in his house, demand a ritual, and also all the information he got.
No, I mean, I was gonna offer you some of my questions, but I can find something else.
Oh, you paid for this. It's a business transaction.
I was gonna ask whether, like, the guy who killed the aboleth was also with, but I'll ask something else.
The answer to what killed the Aboleth was Sword Wraith. I don't know what more specific you could get from the Oracle.
No, I was gonna like whether that was another name for the Death King, or but
No,
I actually don't know
that's
anything about that.
name.
Where? Like, I want to ask.
You don't even have the questions you wanted to ask for the Oracle, like, prepared.
Where is the Death King?
You will get a simple answer, which is Needheim.
Oh. Well, Visigic's never heard that before, but she'll explore that. Is he related to the hags fleeing? The Broodmother.
He being... Who is he? Like, what was your...
The Death King.
Yes.
Great.
And the Oracle will disappear.
Yeah.
Leaving the two of you in the temple. I like the idea that we have this scene of first we had the scene of Velignif being there and asking the questions, then turning it back and leaving. And then, like, a couple days later, there with, like, so remember that ritual you cast like some years ago?
Yeah, where we found the death of Death King. I need more information about him.
Well, while I, of course, would never reject a request for help, it would be a good idea to find alternate means of finding out things.
I agree.
Can't always rely on the arcane creatures to answer questions sufficiently.
Miss Sigtrix smiles and nods, with the knowledge that she is about to, maybe learn some arcane stuff. Yes, of course not.
All right. If that's it, then we can move on.
We're moving on then.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know what I would, even though I have lots of resources left. If I can't battle the red wizards, I don't
Sometimes
really...
that happens, sure.
I mean, you
Yeah.
two can be more than happy to go back on the thing the three of us agreed on if you want. I was pretty sure, though, that it was definitively we're not fighting the red wizards thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm good.
I don't want to fight them.
All right. Then we can begin our next year, as it were.
But come spring, my original plan might work again. And while they might notice that something went on there, at least they will have a much harder time making progress going forward if it succeeds. So, assuming that it's a nice wet spring, as is usual, Grimith and his people would like to try to bury the broken tomb just under mudslide or something similar. Add some rocks on top just as cherries.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, of course, undetected, but that is secondary. How would this work?
Yes. How do you bury something in rubble? I believe that would be influence and might, much like conventional warfare would dictate.
Influence and might. Grimith will not get personally involved because he might get spotted.
And the were-rats will not police these actions.
Good, great. But before that happens, I suppose the Dragonfane can do his usual boosting of might, which seems relevant.
Yes, the forges to fire up to help collapse the mountain.
The forges shall make shovels this year.
And pickaxes.
Yeah. That is then first a sovereignty plus territory roll. Which is certainly something Grimith can get involved in, like making stuff is certainly his thing. Just to, make sure that actually succeeds.
All right. That's a good roll.
And then, let's drop sovereignty, I think. And then, influence plus might. Be 6. Double 2, double 1. Not well, but I guess it's done, and maybe even without, being direct.
Which one do you want to be secret? Do you want the 2s or the 1s?
I would like to do it as well as possible, so the secret would be the lower ones.
Mm-hmm.
A token attempt at not being spotted.
It's just like a cut to like Basarek sitting in the tomb one day, just like slowly tilting its head up. As a rumble shakes like the peaks above.
All right. As a slight rumble, rocks falling down, crumbling down, some of the old edifice breaking up. As the entrance to the ancient tomb is, if nothing else, obscured thoroughly. by rocks and bits. Falling on top of everything else. Blocking it from immediate use. He looks at it. He thinks he could break it through in reasonable time, but
Might do something, but conflict seems inevitable here.
Mm-hmm.
Later, but again, liches. Maybe he should reconsider the whole thing about himself becoming a lich, because there seem to be a lot of advantages.
Yeah, all right, that's done. Does he feel better at that news?
No, it's half-hearted. It's like the opposite of in Distraction is the Truth Revealed. In Mudslides is the truth hidden.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't have to do this.
It's so indirect.
You should be honest and just tell the fans what's going on.
No.
All right, good. That's nice. Any other actions, or should I just continue with what other people are doing?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Need to preserve my resources for when Cormier gets pissed at me.
Does Valignant often go outside the Fane to do things, hunt, something or does he spend most of his time just there?
Yeah, but the northern side of the mountainside, not really going too much towards the valley.
The northern side that has nothing left living.
I mean, there's wildlife.
No, I think every description we've gotten of what's north of the Dragon Fane is just dead.
I guess he has to go a bit south then.
Well, one day when he returns, he will notice that his hoard has been disturbed.
Excuse me?
Yeah. It would appear that some stuff has been moved around a bit.
Was anything added to it? Because that would be acceptable.
No, it wasn't. Seems like some things have been, it's kept in the cave behind the shrine. And it seems like some stuff has been moved just more towards the edges.
He would like to investigate.
Sure, do it dungeoneering.
Dungeoneering?
Yeah.
What happened in my dungeon? Let me earring it. What's my bonus? Plus 14. That's a wisdom skill at least.
I mean, it's clear that someone took a bunch of the coins and golden stuff and sort of moved it.
But why?
Yeah, he's not sure. Maybe to know, maybe to check if he would notice if something were missing.
I think with a 1, that can only mean that Valignant is angry. Like he prides himself on being the calm, angry type that gets that cold anger. But this moment, it's exactly the opposite. The unreasonable, the unthinking rage. He's going to lock down the Fane, close the entrances with boulders, and question everyone inside.
All right. Yeah. It's good. Do you want to do a gather information sort of role? Personally involved?
I think this is more around intimidation. Like
Okay.
he's not asking questions, he's asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's responsible in this damn Fane, and he's...
Someone knows something, and he's gonna find out who that was.
Sure, give me an intimidation roll. Let's see what he can actually... How scary is this dragon? He's pretty damn scary. Yeah. And yet no one confesses. During this extended period of lockdown and shouting.
Well, then they
Really, it rather seems to cause some bit of just sort of doubt and confusion. This is not how Malignant usually is around them.
it's true.
Well, what does that do to Valigna's temper?
I mean, I think eventually he'll calm down.
But the
More
truth?
thought that might have very well been the intent of what was done, to cause him to react in such a way, to probe his defenses, as it were. And the best thing to do would be to not play into it, but stay smart.
But only in destruction is the truth revealed, and he doesn't have the answers that he was seeking.
It is true, but he'll spend a point of essence to not kill his minions. He can be calm. He prides himself in his patience.
Okay.
There's a place for anger, but this is not it.
I mean, you had just described him not being calm, so I felt it was a natural lead-in.
For a few days, perhaps, but then unlock the entrances, let his minions do their things. They've proven that most of them are smart. None of them have broken, which they surely would have. So, yeah, I mean, Detective Valignev shall be on the case, I suppose.
Does he stay sleeping in the same chamber still?
He's gonna post guards and
Watch him sleep, or
yeah. He will also follow his own advice and get some of his Iron Snake constructs to be there. Because surely, if there's like magic at work, then they will be somewhat resistant against it.
Mhm.
And if Thunderhome doesn't want to buy them, he's going to use them. But yeah, on high alert. I suspect that was the point of the whatever happened here. Like, is he sure that nothing was taken? That it was just moved around?
He's a dragon. I mean, of course, there might be lingering doubts in his mind, but we all know that he knows how much exactly is in that hoard, and it is still there.
I mean, something you could try. Is there any trace of magic? Like, he can use Arcana to detect magic.
No, it seems to have been a physical movement.
He just walked in there through the Temple of Tiamat and just kicked his coins around?
What if it wasn't through the Temple of Tiamat?
I mean, maybe. That's true.
One other
Yeah.
entrance to that place.
Maybe it's to lock the other entrance. It's. I mean, that would be a defensive measure. Yeah, sure, he's going to do that. He's got like his backdoor entrance that he can use to transport stuff in without passing through the fane, but he's gonna bury that.
Mhm.
One entrance through the temple. Anyone who manages to walk through there,
Deserve to have his money.
yeah, I mean, almost. It's hard to understate how difficult that must be.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what else he can do. Like, he'll instruct his minions, of course, to bring any suspicions to him, any ideas, any theories.
Mhm. Mhm. Meanwhile, down in the eel fort, I assume at this point, the Sigurd would have made getting the boat for the hags.
Yeah.
At which point they would be out on a sort of flat bottomed river boat. They're not about to become seaborne just yet. It's like a large barge, basically, with like a couple of huts on it and such. They've anchored it out by around the middle of the water here. Maybe even a little bit further north, so they're closer to the ripped up edge where the dead dragons were found while you went past. Anchoring it there to stay. And the hag does seem pleased. We're still looking worriedly at the coast and the mountains from into place. At this point, basically, the trolls can be sent in to like swim and push the thing. If it really needs, or use long staves to sort of push it around.
Yeah,
that,
I mean, I think. Oh,
She will certainly live up to her part of the bargain. But they are very creepy to be around. So nothing really
I
out of the
Any-
usual. For,
any magic user, kind of creepy.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, it's clear
Yeah,
that the hag is still disturbed by whatever it saw in the vision.
yeah. Basicatrix would like to talk with her about what she found out in the through the oracle.
Oh, okay. Sure, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, and I have consulted, well, through an intermediary, an oracle, who told me about a place called Needheim. Is that a name beknownst to you?
Excellent, sir. It is not. If I were to say something, then I would say it sounds giantish. Their language is a strange and archaic one. But I believe if you translated it to more common tongue, it would much be something like a down home.
It is apparently where the Death King resides. He seemed to indeed be what is causing you your worry in some manner.
My worries are for. She doesn't like speaking about it. She sort of almost hisses as she bares her many fanged teeth and say, my worries are for. I'm sure what I saw was symbolic, and yet deeply frightening, either way. These dreams and prophetic visions are rarely literal. I do not believe it is my literal past that is coming to claim me. More a figurative manner, perhaps. Perhaps my association with the dragons, perhaps my, some would argue, betrayal of my previous sisters. But it manifested as the many claws and teeth of my past incarnations.
Mm.
I feel much better upon this vessel. I will thank you again for it.
Of course, we can acquire you some sailors easily enough.
Sure. You don't need to bother with that. I think at this point I can handle it.
Investigators will make sure to keep eye that it's not some of her people that are being shipped off. Well, then I shall not keep you longer here if you wish to leave. I have enjoyed our transaction.
Get that. Likewise. Sure.
Where to are you thinking of going?
I know the little of this land, but I know that the mountains now unsettle me. I shall perhaps follow the river. Maybe there will be a place, an anchor point, that is better on the other side of this lake or further. This water is not my preferred stay, though it is that of one of my sisters. Her specialty is to shape things to be more to our liking. We will find a place and perhaps bring it to our needs.
Well, if you wish to deal with me again, you know where to find me. And I suspect if you do choose to settle in the area, that I likewise will know where to get you.
She does. Usually doesn't act fast, but you know,
That's fine.
seems
I
very
mean, I
comfortable
don't
being
mind,
on water.
yeah, her being on the lake. That doesn't. I think there's eel enough for both of us. So,
He prefers people.
yeah, well, not my people. I give her other people. Again, if she doesn't want the sailors to. Yeah. Hmm.
Does anyone else have something they want to do? Can we move on?
I just want to see what terrible thing Thunder Home decides to do next. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because last year the word was sent out that the Emissary Literature had acquired the means to undo the situation in Starmental. And that's quite a claim. And yet humans operate on a much smaller timescale than dragons, and so they can seem these days to react with such speed. Even though a year is a long time. To them, anyway. I mean, I don't know if Emissary is surprised when she gets a visit from Amrath to has taken himself to be sort of a middle person. He knows where to go. There's a relationship there.
I don't think she's surprised, and this entire past year has been, like, not in lethargy, but just in contemplation of the treasure that she has, which is also a reason why she didn't bother commanding the were-rats to do anything else. She's distracted.
We'll arrive and probably like approach he hasn't seen it himself, but he's heard people talk about what's going on. So he'll approach into the were-rats know him at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And approach the dragon, letting himself be heard with like the thud of his staff upon the ground.
There's like a bullet that like tunnels up, like a little baby bullet, like peeks its head up above the ground, like goes back under the ground. Emissary leader there like lifts her head from her contemplation, like squint, and see Amrath.
Mm-hmm.
You have come.
He nods. I have. And she has arrived in these lands as well. As he sort of takes a breath. Cinnamon, the leader of the Enclave.
Emissary stands up to her full height.
She is.
Go ahead.
She has a moment as she is a divisive figure even now. Many feel that her focus is perhaps not where it should be, and yet, just for a moment again, clearly thinking about like what really is the right amount to say. This it has in the past worked well to our advantage. She used to be the druid in the Chundlewood. Says, looking at Emissary as if that should mean something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her hatred towards the spell plague is the reason we have been locked in battle against it for Well, for decades. She has set the entire enclave upon this goal and has not diverted from it for a moment. Even now, she is more devoted than ever. She is a different level of powerful compared to me, certainly. We'll leave the rest of that unsaid. She has changed substantially since the spell plague. She survived it and is unscarred by it. Well, at least physically. She's not touched by it, certainly not what I'm suggesting. But she's a fanatical. He says, putting up a weight on the word, that probably means that, it should mean something because he's the one saying it.
Yeah.
There is no limit, I don't think, to what she would do to be rid of the thing.
Misery Legith here says, her fanaticism is to our benefit, not just for slaying the spell plague, but what it will do for the worshippers of Malar when it is known who was responsible for purging Star Mantle. Because the followers of Nubanian certainly have not mustered the wealth to do this.
Nonsense, they have been on the way back. Still, their God answers none of their prayers. I understand even his faithful have trouble receiving power, magic of any kind. Our assault upon him has been very successful. And Melar's omens are still calling for a hunt. He sort of tightens his grip, excited for a moment. Where this ends would be world-shattering, I imagine. This time, perhaps the right part of this world.
Missouri nods effusively. She always likes it whenever Amrath talks to her. This is good. This is empowering.
She will see you. The word of what and who you are has reached her as much as anyone. She will find you in the forest. There is no... She knows it already.
He says, if you are ready to depart then, I will leave immediately.
We should not keep her waiting.
Yeah. And then with no orders to any of her minions or any sort of explanation, because she's like a dragon, she'll retrieve the precious book. And she will take flight. She will carry Amrath.
Oh. All right. In what way? In a claw?
She will forbid Amrath to ride her.
Yeah. That is that's a sign of trust, certainly. And just for him to witness power.
Yeah, because she has never done that for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And she remembers being a weaker dragon and receiving a gift from Amrath.
I think he will, as he much prefers, transform himself into like a serpent or something.
Better to keep his balance that way.
He appears as a stylish scarf wavering in the wind as Missouri is flying.
Good. She will head for the Gulfmere Forest.
Yeah. Going here, she knows some places in it. The forest is absolutely massive. It is very difficult to know it. So it changes quickly. It has good growth, and sort of it's a very wild place. Especially this edge of it. Going there, though, it will be a short time from landing. Well, where will she land? To like, wait, what sort of place?
I don't know. She'll probably find maybe the grove, the clearing where she initially met with that large group of Malorite druids to discuss the plan.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, it is nice and empty at the moment, but after landing there, soon will an elven woman come walking through the forest, wearing just sort of a brown greenish robe, a couple pieces of jewelry, and beyond that, just not much more. She's pretty, dark hair, emerald green eyes, certainly a wood elf. Saw one. But very sort of unassuming look. No signs of great power or any similar suggestions that she's anyone special. The green eyes do have, however, inside them a mania that might refer or sort of show her her devotion. Your inside would tell you that this woman is unpredictable to the point of well, in some ways, complete unreliability. Beyond that, the knowledge that she's powerful certainly exists, though there's no real sign of it. Beyond, I suppose, her appearing here so quickly.
Yeah.
She comes walking into this grove, looking at Emissary and not really seeing Ambreth much. In a very sort of matter-of-fact way, say, so you are Emissary Lidrathir.
I am Emissary Lidrathir.
I am Cindermoon, the current head of the Emerald Enclave. I've heard a lot about you, and I am glad to meet you.
I, too, am glad to meet you.
You've done good things. You've destroyed followers of the false world. You have ended them efficiently and with fervor. That is why I'm here, spending my time discussing, talking to you, meeting you. Do you consider yourself a member of the Enclave?
I think it's worth noting the hesitant, look towards Amrath before she looks back at Cindermoon and says, I would not. No.
You're not. I think we would be glad to have you, though. I suppose you are. You're not the most talented druid I've ever met, but well, maybe it's your natural inclination, but you're definitely better than some. She looks, letting that linger. Probably more people she disagrees with than anything. Beyond that, you have your priorities right.
Yusuri doesn't have a response for that. It's clearly a situation where she has difficulty communicating with creatures that are really more powerful than she is.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Malar thing on top of that, too.
Yeah. Probably the striking thing here is that this is not normally how people speak to the dragon.
Yeah.
Normally they're much more afraid of fawning. This
Yeah.
lady does not seem to have any of that.
I mean, this lady could be another fucking gold dragon in this guy's role. If he's right,
Good. Then let's get on the way. I understand you have acquired something of great value.
Without word, Emissary Lidrathir unveils the book, which she approaches Cindermoon and presents.
You reach out a hand and take it, looking at it and being somewhat careful with it. She sort of brushes it, runs her fingers over it, opens it, and looks at it while nodding to herself, almost rhythmically. This is quite a treasure. She looks up and says, "This is you. are rather dedicated to the cause, aren't you?
The Miserate leader there gives a slight nod at that.
So what would you want in return for this? As you can see, you can see like the lady's hands sort of tighten a little bit up on the book. It's clearly precious. A precious thing.
He says, extermination of the plague that has taken over this land is of the utmost importance. I just want it known that it was followers of Malar that acquired this book to make it happen, to make this moment real.
As if I mean her face really not changing its expression for a good like 20 seconds. She nods just yeah. I suppose it was, wasn't it? She finally looks back and gives a nod to herself. I suppose credit is sensible. And your contribution cannot be overstated. We will get this done. You will be part of it, I assume. You want to see the...
This ritual is beyond my means. It would be my pleasure if I could see you, someone capable of cleaning out Star Mantle.
Yeah. That makes sense. We shall be on the forefront of it. I'll make sure of it. And you too. I understand your position was to look into the refugees. And clearly you've done an outstanding job. Sort of nods, bows his head. He's clearly very uneasy around this lady.
Yeah.
This is not, he doesn't feel safe.
Neither does a Misery leader there.
Because it seems like she makes every decision sort of at
a whim.
It's an immediate, a whim.
Capricious.
And Amreth has maybe seen that go both ways. Everyone says, yeah. And of course, this is not something I would expect of you. This is beyond. This is actually competent work. For acquiring this, getting your hands on it, making the connections. If some of my other allies were more competent, we might have been able to deal with this damn thing already. But good help is hard to find, isn't it?
And Misery leader there nods emphatically.
Good. Do you mind if I keep this?
She says, it is a gift to the salvation of this world, Cinder Moon. It would be my privilege for you to keep it.
So polite. A rare, perhaps, smile, which is clearly like a on purpose smile, almost as a reward or some such.
Yeah, and Misery leader theory is not like like soothed by that.
It's good. Good.
Same reward Vilignov gave for his tournament.
It's basically it.
Yes, little ant, you have amused me.
Well, there's no reason to tell you any longer. I think midsummer would be a good time. It's when Sylvanas watches us the most and the strongest. And I shall proclaim, of course, how this was given to us. In fact, she seems to decide it again on a whim, I shall issue a challenge. I shall tell everyone here that the Malarites have given me the capabilities to cleanse Star Mantle, and I shall give them until midsummer to equal such a gift. Looks to Missouri. We'll see if they can come up with something.
Missouri doesn't have a thing to say. She just like dips her head in agreement and just like keeps it like tilted down.
And watches it. There's really no need to be so formal either. We're on the same side in this, after all.
She lifts her head, as you say, Cinder Moon.
She gives another smile because most people insist on calling her Lady Cinder Moon. She doesn't like it, so that's good. She will then. This is good. I'll spend a bit of time reading this. I'll be in the area if there's anything else you need while we're here. Feel free to make a request, I suppose. But I'll be preparing to do this, and hopefully we can just, by the end of the year, have the whole place cleansed. I'll have to collect some tidbits. Maybe some of the locals could help to pay for their own salvation. That seems fair. But
I look forward to it.
good, we should. It's going to be quite the spectacle. And she'll sort of just begin flipping through the book. Maybe for a moment, just forgetting that you're there and that's sort of awkward.
Yeah, like, Missouri will take that as, like, a form of her being dismissed, which doesn't happen at Dragons, and will just, like, slowly edge back. She'll give a hard look at Amrath. It's probably, like, the most empathetic look she's given towards Amrath of, I completely get what you were trying to tell me all this time about this lady.
He looks back with, like, oh, okay, I think this went well. And as he sort of slowly backs away, it's like, oh, yeah, you can go if you want. I'm not really holding you here. I don't really know if I'm here anymore, so no reason you should be. She'll look back to the book, flipping through it. Right. Not with the same reverence that Emissary has, but probably with intense interest.
Yeah. Emissary Leader Thier gives a respectful nod towards Amrath, and then she'll take flight to head back to her lair because she does not want to be in that grove any longer with Cinder Moon.
Yeah. She's not stopped from returning.
Yeah.
Amrath, I think, will stick around here. He wants to go and like inform his other people of what happened.
Yeah, that is deeply uncomfortable and like gritting her teeth. But I mean, like, she's like, well, I mean, she's stronger than me. It's not always gonna be true, but she's stronger than me right now, and this fulfills my goals. Man, that's awkward and weird.
It's like being back in Bezarek a little bit, except not comforting.
It's been all these 2 years as well, like.
Yeah. Well, that's the great analogy for it. Like Basarek, like she's clearly more powerful than I am. I have to find a way to interact with her in a way that like keeps me in her good graces, and I can't really communicate with her effectively because she's so capricious.
Mm-hmm.
And then she like snorts like, what if the Nobanians like actually do come up with a way to match that book? Then she laughs. That makes her feel better. Of course they won't. They've had all this time to.
It's been sitting on it.
Yep. I think this basically just calls for like festival celebration. Where rats just come back home. Your task this year is we're gonna watch the awesomeness of Starmantle. It's gonna be great.
Go south, my people.
Yeah. You ain't doing shit in the mountains this year. Come on back home. We're going on an adventure this year.
Yeah. Cool. Does anyone else want to do something with their factions, maybe? Yeah, what you already did.
Still waiting on Cormier.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, not yet.
Good. Then those are all good. Cormier wants to try to get rid of this damn worm, but they don't really have a good they don't really have a good way to do it. Their expedition could try, but it's not like it's one of now they have the situation where they can't kill a thing with their faction. And, like,
Yeah, they're the
what are you
ones.
gonna do? Stab it with a spear? No, it's not gonna help. What was it gonna shoot some lightning at it? But like, it doesn't really care.
Like, yeah, even if you chase it off, it's not like you kill it. It goes under the ground and heals.
So basically, Elbow can't be rebuilt until that is dealt with, and that basically means that there's no secure hold anywhere near this whole area between. It's basically now no man's land of a lack of construction that could keep a group force safe.
We did it. We helped protect Valignus from being attacked by the Cormyrean expedition.
It was a plan all along.
By putting a purple worm in the ruins
like move up here or something, but at the same time, these city-states did not give their support so that they could leave and go up north. Right now, they will begin to settle down in small hill forts and such, build palisades and whatnot, just to have a presence here to essentially just block it off from bad things coming over from further in. Ready up protecting from Valignus or Red Banner host.
Thank you.
Yes, they can't really progress there.
A sworn purple worm, MF phone red, still paying dividends.
The wasted wheat and Cormyr will attempt to cross the water with the faction. Let's see here. What would that even be? They're just sort of going there, infiltrating. I guess that would be espionage.
Yeah, almost sounds like it.
Just bring their people inside. That is Cormyr's influence and treasuring.
Without being noticed by the policing vessels of the marked.
Still rolling with their reduced stats as they have no port on the other side. That's a failure. It's a double 9. That matches the marked. I'm gonna say that. I mean, they do it, but clearly with minimal success. As the mark maybe just doesn't have enough boats to completely block the efforts of Cormyr. No, they try again.
Yeah.
And eventually, enough of these people. I guess that's sheep dropping off. People of the wasted wheat will make it here, but I'm gonna say that basically they took them all year to do that. They just managed to get here without much else.
It makes sense that the nation of Cormyr has more vessels than the mark can employ to police the area.
Yeah.
Well, they're also dealing with some weird, mysterious stuff happening in Cormyr that they don't like, but that's what we're doing here. The Fine Knives will just hold still for now. They're nobles visiting and so forth. It's secret for everyone except factions. Most people don't know who they are, but you all know. They have arrived here. The purple masks, actually. Just be like, let's go up here.
Yeah, you know what?
Government thieves. This seems like a bad place. Things are about to go down. They're not really.
I hear Westgate is nice this time of year.
They're just gonna go up here and probably just go off the grid.
They're gonna go clean.
I mean, it's like we're a small thieves guild. It's not really.
Yeah, they're no longer relevant for us to keep track of.
They blew their. Basically.
Their one chance for relevance.
Serbia has recovered.
One opportunity.
Trying to act against Cormyr, hoping that Cormyr's influence down here will maybe allow them to do things over here. Currently, though, it's a stalemate. No faction really wants to commit because last time they did, it cost a lot of resources. And Sembia has reached out for other allies further north, desperately looking for people who are actually willing to commit to a fight against Colmir.
Yeah, but they're not.
No, not without help, because they would lose. We don't want that.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, like, you can't just
Colmir
ask
can't
them.
justify the war without like having a decent reason to do it. They actually care about pretenses.
I need a proper casus belli.
I want that stability loss.
Welcome back, sheep.
Hello.
Oh.
At least it was quick.
Mhm. Settle down. So says this then will inform you that he has he actually kind of likes red water for a place. He's still growing into his body, so to speak, getting used to using it. Though it's coming back quick, and soon he will be able to actually like help if needed.
Well,
You know, in information capacity. Of course.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yes, you know, it's, there's no banyan down here. It's been a little strengthened by math line. And forces are finally beginning to pay off. And, they've grown to about half the strength they used to be. So
All right.
it's quite something. Yeah, they can actually act and do things now, independently of the nation. If the nation cared a bit more about them. They have supporters within. It's not 100% sort of thing.
Yeah. The cat lord only cares so much.
Yeah, it's really a thing, right? The Red Races of Thay will begin to just look around, investigate this current valley. Let's see if they can accomplish that. Currently, they're not being hindered, really, so we'll just try to do it. That is a no. That is a yes. So basically, mostly they just hang around the old ruins. There's the occasional visits around the place. You know, for a time they will go to the place that used to be the old Nathland Monastery to look around. They'll even go to the old tomb that leads to the Dragon Fane and look around before returning into the carved cavern, even up to the lake, the lake with the strange cloth bundles. Or where they were at least. And so we'll move around and see different things around the valley. Not really entering any structure, but spending this year probing, looking at things, doing archaeology on a number of ruined sites around here, and certainly drawing some conclusions based on it. They won't really notice the tomb yet. It was covered well enough, and they didn't particularly look for that. Advanced their agenda. Beyond that, they don't really bother you. They don't approach you either. I mean, who knows why?
Yeah, why would they, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they should just go investigate, like, I don't know, the Death King or something. Surely that's why there was activity here.
No,
Go there.
they're here for Yaffle. You're not here for some stupid, like, undead, like, giant king beneath the valley.
No. Just want them to go, not bother me.
Yeah, imagine that. Well,
But they have dreams.
sadly to them, you are.
No, they won't find any trace of me in this valley.
Yeah. Maybe they'll ask some oracle between the
Yeah.
worlds to explain it to them.
I mean, they can.
Thunderhome. What is the current situation? Things are looking good. Got a lot of resources, got a lot of power. Still in conflict. Beyond that, things are happening. They have. Oh no. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. It is interesting, but I'll have to do an opposed roll.
I feel like a lot of people are about to be murdered.
All right. Well, that's also tough. Okay. Yeah. Grimith scouts will inform him that a group of dwarves were hastily moved from Thunderhome itself to the ancient mine, descending with some haste, and wounded dwarves were taken out of the mine.
What?
What could it mean? You'd have to espionage them to find out.
They're
Don't
certainly
know.
not going to volunteer it. Is there any immediate response from Elizabeth?
Now's the time where you attack them and take back the mine. What's going on?
I mean, I'm half tempted to just send them a message and be like, "Hey, what's going on in the silver mine? I've noticed you have some problems there."
Your luck, they would just frame it as, oh, he did this. He's testing us again.
I mean, they would, wouldn't they?
Based on the 2 failures you had to influence them last year, yeah, maybe. No red dragons just earnestly concerned about your well-being.
I mean, that is a fair.
I mean,
that is a fair assumption. Like,
since I'm curious about the response, but it's literally just gonna ask. Like, he's gonna send a message. To be straightforward, he noticed that there appears to be fighting going on inside of the silver mine, which, you know, he'll ominously ask whether the giant bone monster is back that he had to clear out to reclaim the mine, by the way. And if it is, oh well, that's terrible, isn't it?
There will be a response saying the mine was understaffed and a lack of proper protocol resulted in a limited collapse of a section. It is clear the dwarves do not currently have the capacity to fully staff the mine, and there are sections that they would be open to sharing any minions that would be interested in sending them.
it's
All
like
right,
a wonderful being.
I have to be informed here because that's bullshit.
Okay.
That is absolute crap. Influence already. Yeah, that's 4 dice. 4 dice is a number of dice that I have. No.
No.
You know what? After the session, I'm never gonna roll influence again.
Well, it's a thing you've explicitly, have worked to not care about it when you initially created the company.
Yeah, your dwarves try to ask, but they just get weird stares from the other dwarves who take an extra drink of ale and then talk about something else.
You know what? I'm gonna try again.
All right.
Got 3 dice. Double 8s. Okay.
Yeah. Probing his own dwarf infiltrating, talking to people from Thunderdome and such. We'll get one of them to tell a story that they were mining deep in the mines some rich silver ore down there. It's good. It's going to pay for new weapons and acquisitions of soldiers and equipment and such. But one of the walls suddenly collapsed out, and piles of living bones spewed from what seems to be sort of walled up sections, which began just sort of incorporating living dwarves into them, not really caring that their bones were, in use by a living creature, simply having them leave the dwarf and join the whirling maelstrom.
Oh, it'd be a shame
I
if a
have chosen to
boneyard.
seal those parts. But if surely something could be worked out to share the mine.
I'm so happy I was correct.
That's something that people need to do.
Yeah, that's terrible. How sad for you. It's
Reloading the upper parts is less valuable. There's less stuff there. But,
Boy, it'd be a real shame if the boneyard that that Imizare, Leaderthier, and Valignith resolved a few decades back somehow came back.
Yeah.
Because of the intense undead presence around these mountains.
If only there had been a different divine presence that could have suppressed the effect, but sad. It's terrible.
Yeah, well, they seem to be somewhat eager not to show that weakness, but they're finding it hard to blame it on.
Oh, 1 sec.
Makes sense that that one would be hard to blame on Valignith, yeah.
Like, the dragon summoned evil bones.
Yeah, I love the wording of like that are inconsiderate of the fact that the dwarves are currently they're currently using their bones. Like, no, please, I need these bones to live right now. This is very inconvenient for
Mindless
these
undead.
skeletons. Just take them without asking permission. That's really.
I do not consent.
Yes, I need these. I mean, but that is like the creepiest fucking thing, though. Like, just like starting to incorporate completely living people into the organism. That's not.
Bad news.
Will the Dragon Fane act anymore on this information sheet? Is it now the time to retake the silver mine or renegotiate? I see that you're in a real spot of bother here. Maybe I could,
Yeah, I'm thinking a message like that is required, but no specific action. Just the offer that, well, that is exactly the problem that Valignith had solved in the past, and now your sacrilegious blasphemy has caused it to occur again. It would be something that maybe Valignith could help with, but it's at this point, like, they gotta offer him like a better deal than just saying nothing.
Share in the mine.
An equal share? Oh, I don't think so.
Equal share. You can have the bottom levels that are richer. They'll have the upper levels and even defended from anything coming from above.
Or Valignith can just wait until the mine is once again completely unusable, and then he'll just reclaim it again. He's done so before.
Whatever diplomat he says that to, just scowls and leaves.
I mean,
this dragon is very rude, wanting all these dwarves to die. When
he is open to offers, but so far Thunderhome has not really tried.
Equal share of their precious silver mine, ancestral silver mine, really.
Yeah, I'm tired of chasing Thunderhome. They either come up with something, or we're going to go back to Plan A.
Plan A to permanently reduce Thunderhome's might.
Yeah, it's still on the board. It's still on the board.
Yeah. They don't even know what they could offer the Red Dragon to solve their problem. I really want to keep the mine, but
what about our newly finished room for you to visit?
The dragon wants.
We have the room prepared for your visit to Thunderhome. If they told you that, would Valignith still go?
Maybe.
I mean, it'd be such a tasty scene.
In a small cage.
No.
I mean, safe to say the place is in internal conflict, right? Certainly, the cohesion Thunderhome once had is gone. Just damaged for this whole situation. Honestly, some dwarves might even begin to think that, you know what, maybe a group of them needs to go and start a new hold somewhere, split off. divide the clan and so forth. It's it's quite remarkable how quickly such grumbling has been escalating.
I mean, maybe some of them will be tempted by the potential of Willingness potentially offers, and his attempts at helping, even if they were misinterpreted, and his patience and tolerance against repeated insults. For a red dragon, a being that is generally considered to just be violence and rage, this period of, well, quite frankly, peace, that's gotta be a strong message.
Yeah, that's really suspicious, isn't it?
Fuck's sake.
Why would he have? There are elements who would use anything he does against him, but again, there's enough people who disagree with that it's just a mess. There's no unity. Some might say that's a perfect time to strike an enemy.
Yes.
That might galvanize them still.
What I'm hearing from the GM is to attack their sovereignty sheep.
I could. I did get big old dinosaurs.
That's true.
But would you really be willing to play into this undead giant's hands?
It's terrible. They're trying to play us against each other, and I don't like it. Like the opportunity is there. I acknowledge that, and perhaps a more pragmatic dragon would take it. But this is about principles at this point.
Don't want something that's served up on a silver platter.
Yeah. Not if it's done in like this underhanded way that surely has ulterior motives. No.
Yeah, the ulterior motives are probably there.
No,
sure.
I don't want my silver mine.
Yeah,
I mean, he'll get it back. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Beyond that, of course, come midsummer. It's warm. It's a nice summer. It gets very warm here, really. It's a Mediterranean climate. Almost Caribbean in some places. I mean, honestly, it's midsummer. Like, I don't think Missouri needs to be told when that is.
No, doesn't need to be told when that is. Yeah.
No.
I think
There will be a gathering. Not huge, but it's druids, so it's a large amount of the druids in this forest that will be here because it is a big deal.
Yeah.
And certainly it has been made a big deal as well by various Malorite druids making it a real big deal and you lording it over anyone.
As it should be. The Warrens will largely be depopulated. As it's not forced, but any one of her minions that has a vested interest in coming along. This is the fruits of the labor that we've been working towards for so many years. To come see the wonders of what it is that we've done together as a family.
We can imagine the sort of the walled city by the water, right? The weird of wobbling obsidian and twisted crystals and whatnot that are down there screaming about aberrations of various kinds. Even a couple of plague-changed harpies looking nervously from a couple of the spires in there at the gathering of weird beasts that are emerging at the edge of the forest. As living obsidian twists and such within. There's just a stillness. That's Malar. It will be done probably at the midsummer's night. Short night. A night all the same. As Sindamoon here will just, with book in hand, several magical reagents of various sorts as well. We'll sort of just walk into the city. Alone. not really looking back or anything, almost carefree, or maybe even a little bit excited by this whole prospect. As she gets to the edge of the city wall, will place a hand on it and begin the incantation of the ritual. It takes a while, it takes half an hour to cast. But it is a spectacular thing. Around you, the waystones that have been placed here to protect the land from the spell plague glow up, and all the different druids and such most probably begin to hum by themselves and speak various incantations in their own tongues. Because all things considered, even if you are a Nobanianite here, this is still a mighty thing, and it is still a good thing to try to clean this place up. And being that they are good people, they don't really have as much spite as if they had been beaten in something that they would consider evil. They do want this to succeed.
That's the trap. They want this too.
We'll speak the words and then begin to glow in sort of a bluish color, almost like she's wreathed in ghostly blue fire. A sight that is perhaps concerning for everyone involved, as she doesn't sort of remove the spell scar, spell plague. It's more that it all begins to be drawn towards her. You can see the blue fire in the middle of the city sort of flare up and begin flaming in her direction, as all the strangeness, all the goop, all the twisted things begin to sort of be drawn towards her. The crystals beginning to turn to ash, ash with the obsidian, ash with the strange ground, and the buildings even, as they begin to crumble and collapse in her direction. It takes a while longer. She continues to incant. Buildings crumbling, everything crumbling. The blue fire in the center, not reaching her, even as it flares up. But it doesn't seem to go out. It seems like it is sourced by something else. But ash, maybe an hour has passed as midnight has passed. The many chanting voices have long since died out in this spectacle, and there's a bit of stillness. Perhaps the only sound, a bird chirping, having been woken up by the light show below. Cindermoon is sort of covered in ash, almost. Flakes of this black dust that all the things of the plague lands here have turned into, sort of falling off of her, as she sort of lets a brush over herself to clean it off. She turns and looks with a steely-eyed, no longer covered in the constant insanity. This is something that means something to her. So she will speak to the assembled people. You have seen the power of our Malorite brothers, and Sylvanus has grown stronger from their actions. Dedication, resourcefulness, effectiveness has brought us here. A disregard for the sensibilities of the weak has brought us here. Say what you will of the Malorite method, but here we can see the results. Compare this to what we've seen elsewhere. Who can say that they have accomplished this much? Her gaze falls upon all the people assembled, brushing over Missouri as well. Yes, no one has words. The city behind her, and an ashen corpse, the blue flames still glowing there, slowly flaring in the wind. The land is no longer cursed. It is safe to tread upon it. And yet, there's no guarantee that what remains here, what caused this, will not repeat itself. We should be vigilant, as ever, as she turns to glance to the blue fire and discover the source of this taint. Then her eyes fall upon Amy Zure. We should speak. And she will gesture to down to sort of the crumbled city wall. More like a blackened line where the forest meets the ash.
Yamizure Leader takes flight and closes the distance.
Yeah. She looks upon the dragon. And looks upon the rest of the people here, making it visible that she's standing next to Missouri. She'll put her sort of hand upon Missouri. It's probably like her, like just up her front leg.
Yeah, that's
the elf is much smaller than the dragon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The number of people who touch the dragon is like vanishingly few. So this is also awkward for Missouri.
That's gonna be like
warm from the ash and leaves like a slight imprint there from the dust. So
that's a power move. Oh.
She will look around at all the people here. And then she'll turn to Missouri and says, "We're done with them. I am tired. But we should look around this flame. You deserve to know what it is, and I'm sure you are as interested as I am."
Missouri Leader
It's a rare opportunity, but I would not want this to spread again.
Agreed, Cindermoon.
Yep. And she will begin walking in across the ashen land. I mean, some places the ash is like, it's like snow. Some places it's thick and sort of has accumulated. Other places thin. Slowly the wind is sort of blowing it up in the air. Only people from far away will see like a blackish cloud over it. That will just the sky there will be slightly blackened from the ash, and it might rain down other places.
Yeah.
It's literally just ash, though. I think it's sort of been turned away.
Yeah. And Missouri is pretty mesmerized. This was incredibly powerful and important to witness.
It's an event that's going to be talked about.
And really cool though. Like she doesn't like want to admit that. Like how can she gush about that to anyone? Like how cool this was.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have you copy your token.
Yeah, I'll copy my token. I mean,
walk into the now cleansed city.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally interested in whatever magical powers beneath that blue flame. I remember my report from the expedition.
Actually, I should copy it because I can't reveal anything. So I'll make a map here for this all. The rest of you will have to bear with me here. But,
I will transfer over to Star Mantle.
if you want, you can fall towards this sensible place to go.
Yeah, a place she never wanted to go when she was like, this sounds really dangerous for creatures like me.
The city now, mostly ash. It's still here, though the area surrounding immediately around this blue flame seems to rapidly be turning, warping and twisting slightly, as if wishing to quickly spread out. No waystones surrounded at the moment. Cindermoon walks with her to inspect whatever it is. In the middle is a hole. It appears to be a hole much like you would weld through metal. It is a burnt for the earth. From where still a sort of geyser of blue fire, much like you can see here, is rising up. The hole appears to be much like a funnel getting narrower and narrower the further down you go. It doesn't seem like it's been diminished at all. Let's walk up to the edge, looking at it with a slight frown of disgust and a clear sense of hatred seen upon this. You'll pick up an ashen rock, brush it off a little, and throw it into it. As soon as the rock passes into the fire, it catches a light, burns and melts into a splat of obsidian, which falls into the hole. She observes it a moment longer before speaking. It appears quite clear that something below this flame is keeping it alight. Something immensely powerful, to be sure. If not dealt with, this will spread again. Though I imagine, whatever it is, this city was known for its magical skill. It was a place of creation. They would make quite beautiful craftsmanship, magical items. Yeah. Armor, weapons, talismans, wondrous items. Whatever the heart desired, really. They did it here because they had few restrictions on what they could make. There might be something down there. Though to sustain this much fire for this long, it would have to be tremendous. The eyes, sorry, perhaps for a moment suspicious of the dragon's intentions. So, do you know anything about what it could be?
I think at that moment, based on how she feels with the capricious, Cinder Moon, that she would reveal, the full depths of, the expedition that she had sent here several years back. Which I don't have to, roleplay describe to her. In part because, Imizure knows how to edit for, what was most important for Cinder Moon to know.
Yeah. She'll not. I mean, that seems like a reasonable first action here. Let's say. Interesting. It is similar to what we've seen elsewhere. In the far north, there's a place that's called the Ring of Blue Flame, where a fire still burns as well. That is caused, I believe, by powerful ley lines crossing in the bottom of the earth. There are no ley lines here, however. This is something else. I guess that it is something below us. She sort of looks to Imizure, says, "You really hate this, don't you?"
There's no disguising the hatred in Imizure Leader's face and bodily expressions. She says, "I do."
We'll step on closer and says, "If I may then, let us take a look below." She will reach out her hand to once again place it upon Imizure's flank.
Imizure will permit this, though I think there's obvious concern that she has at the blue flame, knowing that she saw what happened to Veristrix.
Alright, she will attempt to use her Fey teleportation.
Alright.
Drawing Imizure with her down into this hole.
Away we go.
Great idea.
This is why you don't date crazy, everyone.
I was so thinking, oh, the secret chick is back in her lair, has a nice eel, just
the first thing you feel on entering here is a very, very hot and dry air. Clearly air that hasn't been exchanged in a long time, and clearly air that's been thoroughly burnt through. Beyond that, there's again a smell of burning plastic as a room is revealed. It is made of bare stone. Clearly, it's been scorched quite heavily in every direction. The walls semi-melted, but at this point hardened. Clearly, it's been warmer than it was now. Beyond that, they seem clearly magically shaped, as if someone had shaped them with spells, more than masonry. In the center of the room, because there's two doors on the side of it. In the center of the room can be seen a two-sided stone arch, in the center of which is a shimmering field. The field, however, is continuously sizzling, burning, and popping as a gout of blue fire streaks up aggressively from the arc, burning a hole in this chamber ceiling. The walls appear to have been enchanted, quite heavily so. Though the enchantments are now gone, they're still lined with lead and other materials in thin strands, copper amongst them. Most likely to protect against scrying or any such of intrusive elements. The fire, though, has burned through any of it, though the archway still shimmers and glitters. Around here are collections of what seems to be sort of gases of burnt magic, probably from the room's defenses, still moving around slowly, breathed in, giving an acrid sense and a sense of wrongness moving down one's lungs until it sort of is forced out, almost thick enough that you can move it with your hand if you attempt to. The heat in here, to say nothing, is very intense. What is Emissary's reaction to the current situation?
Clenched teeth, immediately tries to recoil, but she doesn't have anywhere to recoil away from, because of where she's got teleported. I think there's initial alarm as she tries to defend herself, but if she got teleported down here by Cindermoon, she doesn't really have a place to go to defend herself.
The ice that appeared around Cindermoon when she teleported is instantly vaporized, as even she recoils slightly from this flame. So, there is less room here than I had hoped. Whoever created this did not consider this possibility. She sort of puts up a hand to try to stop the flame somewhat, but is clearly hesitant to use magic so close to it, knowing that it burns magic and probably leap across anything. Walks like a little bit here. Looking at it, you can see the narrow hole sort of up above, the funnel going up. The fire burns.
I think the dragon is nervous about being so far away from Cindermoon. What if she teleports and leaves the dragon? So I think Emissary will just edge after Cindermoon.
This is obviously a portal, something permanent, and it is drawing immense power from somewhere. Enough to keep this fire hungry and burning without actually reaching the source. It's entirely unusable in this state. Yet I don't know quite how we would turn it off. Ponderous thing. And why is it here? Who made it? This is nothing that an artificer would make. This is, well, it's rudimentary. The thing is on the other side of it. She looks almost for a moment as if she's compensating, sort of plunging herself through, just to see what's on the other side of the portal. But looks at the fire, sneers, and hesitates. I think I might be able to destroy this thing. I would need rest. But I think I can destroy it. Break it forever. That should extinguish the fire. Stop the spread of this stuff. Not that there's much here to save at this point. But it's one less hole in the world. She looks for a moment to Immisher, as if for a second she had forgotten Immisher was here. What do you make of it? Your people found this, or at least the flame it creates.
I had hoped, based on the reports of my people, that there might be something down here worth salvaging from this wreck. But witnessing this...
Yeah.
It is difficult for me to believe there is anything worth saving in this blight.
You know, it makes it difficult, indeed. While there might be some who think that something like this could be used by them, this is, after all, a chance to observe this flame, to study it while it burns forever. I don't share that sensibility. I believe the best way to get rid of this is to expunge it entirely, to rid the world of it. Doesn't matter if we understand it then, it's gone.
And Missouri shakes her head emphatically. When I initially went to acquire the book, one of the payments they sought was for me to bring creatures from Star Mantle so that they might study them. Oh, how thoroughly I rejected it. What fools they were.
No, she nods. Those creatures will be gone now. Perhaps we can still find one or two roaming down here, but no, what they represent will be gone forever.
As it
I
should
should be able to destroy this thing permanently, rid whatever connection it has to the outside world, and then destroy the Ark into sand for good measure. Once the connection is broken, though, no more power will come through, and the fire should stop.
That sounds like great news to the dragon. She was initially concerned that this could not be stopped.
I will put my full power towards this goal. I don't think, however, that you would be necessary for the next steps, and I'm sure you have other things to do. There's always more pilgrims and few enough people with the heart to do what's necessary.
She says, I understand my place in this world, Cinder Moon. And it is certainly not here, not right now.
She'll reach out, having given the moments to recover her teleportation before she will bring you back up top.
Praise the Lord!
I suppose I will remain here for a while longer to deal with this. Finish the work. Stranger says you have done great work. I suppose I should thank Millar for providing such assistance. I suppose we are all followers of Sylvanas in the end, aren't we?
Missouri nods and says, without Millar, I would not have thought that this had mattered.
Well, you can go if you wish, or you can stay, though I would warn about staying too close to this for a long time. I might have to destroy you if you do. I wouldn't want that. She said, almost as if that's a surprise to herself.
It's a rueful laugh that comes out of the dragon, but she knows full well that she never wanted to be this close to the blue flame. That's why she didn't go hunting those creatures. She backs away without saying anything else to the Silver Moon, Cindermoon, excuse me, takes Light to leave the city to inform everyone outside that Cindermoon will be remaining to permanently destroy the source of blue flame. And she'll take her minions and go home.
Yeah, no one seems eager to go down there.
Yeah, by all means, if they want to check to verify the dragon story, they're more welcome to.
It's just somehow, and like that would be the twist, wouldn't it?
Yeah, now's the moment of betrayal. When I shove Cindermoon into the portal.
Oh no!
The grand moment of surprise.
I would lie if I didn't like. I mean, I knew it was not possible, but the thought, like, I was like,
Yeah. She can return home.
Right. Feels deeply uneasy about the blue flame being that powerful still. But she knows that she's a dragon, and if she's given enough time, she'll grow to be even more powerful. That's what dragons do. She can accept that there are things in this world stronger than she is. Just
For now.
For now.
Yeah. I mean, that's really going to dominate that whole area for a long while.
Awesome. That can be their tapestry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think. Does anyone else have something to follow up?
I think, and you know, I'm equally absorbing information.
All right.
Huh.
Yeah. All right.
God, I want
Things
to
are
know.
happening, you know, even if less factions act, things are happening.
Yeah.
I think it's good that we can get through more than 1 year. Well, it's 100 years. It's going to take a while. Yeah. Yeah.
God, I want to know.
You're
I want to know where the portal goes.
No, that you're part of the problem. That's why it has to be destroyed.
I'm almost certain that's one of the portals that Zephyrston mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that room might not be the only room in that whole dungeon, but we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Hmm.
Unless we go there, which we'll never do, so we'll never know.
Mm-hmm. Been there for a long time. There might be contingencies where a weird shambled amalgamation of other creatures go there for whatever reason. Experimental has been is a focal point for certain people. Now it's not. Well, different people, I suppose. Yeah. Let's just talk about goals then, because things happened. We've determined the relationship between Fae and the Death King. They're not really. They don't have one. We have acquired the purchased Spell Plague Ritual book. And I would say we've shifted the power balance of the Emerald Enclave to Faermalar.
Yes.
That has been. I mean, you can't really argue anything else. She is, if there is a boss, she is the boss. Beyond that, everyone was witness to clear effectiveness of methods here. Beyond that, this will begin to free up the Emerald Enclave much more in their actions in the future. To look to other issues around the place. Though Cindermoon probably is going to command a lot of people to still go hunt down more Spellscar at other places, and that's sort of her issue.
Well, but it's good to know that that's her stick, right? Like,
Yeah, she hates
can always
it vehemently and totally. Yeah. we have not really determined the source of the Miranda presence.
No, I don't think we have.
Nor have we discovered the direct motivation of this king, nor have we reduced Thunderhome's might. Their treasury, but not their might.
They reduced their own stats.
They did.
Stupid.
Other people did. But sometimes. Yeah, they are having severe troubles between all the misinformation and the now weird sort of accidents. Maybe Thunderhome is in real trouble. And his own people, well, there was some mixing up with his coins that drove him to at least suggest that something was wrong. Until nothing was discovered, which is also strange. So,
It's terrible.
Yeah.
See, now I want to know what those stupid stone tablets say, because they were also in some weird, not quite giant, quick language, and someone had clearly tried to move them.
We know explicitly what they say.
Yeah, we have them translated.
Yeah, but do we have it like? Can I like? Is it? It's probably posted in the chat, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Far
I need
enough.
to. Yeah, I need to
Yeah.
study. Because those things are definitely.
I don't know about the situation involving you two, but I'm pretty satisfied by that. That was well worth the wait.
Yeah.
No, I mean I've been sitting here smiling all the time. But all the Valar things, I'm like, yes, yes. That's great.
I mean, who else was gonna pony up 150,000 gold pieces of magic items, make a contact with this epic tier like gold dragon like archdruid to make a book to give to another epic tier druid to purge spellplay?
Oh yeah.
This champion tier character.
It's like
it's certainly a bit humbling to interact with people who are most definitely way stronger than we are.
We're beginning to reach the end of Paragon tier, which means that we're beginning to look into the greater world of people. And this is certainly our first dipping the toes into that greater pool of people who are sort of important on a different scale.
it's like the gold dragon was clearly powerful, but this lady was just like, oh yeah, patting you on the back, like no, you're not. I'm a dragon. You're not supposed to. Just not worry about touching me.
Well, here's the thing. Malar helps to resolve that conflict. Like, she's clearly more powerful than I am.
Yeah.
So if she's gonna fucking touch me on my flank and then teleport me into hell, then I guess I'm going to hell.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do, fight her?
It's not comfortable.
So it goes. The dragon knows that all the dragon needs is time to become more powerful. That's how dragons work.
Lord.
That's the draconic advantage. You can take humiliation, embarrassment, shame, all other sorts of things. Just give it time. Might take a few centuries. Okay. Eventually you get big and strong, and that's where your power comes from. Age.
So we get a good chunk of XP each from our accomplishment of 3 goals. It's, we're getting close to the next level. Especially with last session too. Killing a dragon. And now accomplishing a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
By close, you mean we level up, right?
Not quite.
No.
I'll have to come up with 2 more goals.
Oh.
I don't even have anything I want to do.
You can
go on, sleep.
That's fair.
Yeah.
When is this accomplished? Never.
I think, you know what? I think next session's gonna be where rats celebrate. I'll try to raise their sovereignty. We did this. We're awesome. And then Get the rest of the year off. Thanks, who cares? I'll just move the Star Mantle.
Yeah, they got to have their investigation up to the next tier. Yeah. Well, Cormier has begun relaxing a bit. Like, dragons clearly sleeping, talking. They get a report from Thunderhome the dragon is talking to them. So that's good. They don't care about silver mines. It's not really what they deal with. There's this purple worm. That's a current issue. Maybe that has like a counter that's going up now.
Yeah.
Have to deal with purple worm.
It's a good thing that they don't suspect that dragons are responsible for the purple worm.
Stretch. How would they even get it there?
Right.
Yeah, why would they?
Who would believe that dragons?
That one guy who saw it was then eaten by a purple worm, so it's a tragic accident, really.
Yeah.
Well, then there's a Tizier now having people who are much more directed than before, walking the streets, hoping to save the city from the current tyrants.
I'm so glad the wasted wheat is back. I worked so hard to make them.
I can make it another goal to throw them out again.
Well, they have fire knives and more direct Cormyrian support
Yeah.
this time.
Me too.
I feel like I need to find a way to raise my influence a bit too. Like you can do so much fun stuff with influence, and I just can't manage any of it.
Well, it almost makes sense in a way, based on the string of overtures you've had with Thunderhome, that today's overtures with Thunderhome went the way they did.
You know, if they don't want to accept my help, maybe I just don't give them a choice.
Right, but then you're playing into the hands of the...
I know.
Of the Licious Manipulator. That's what really gets Malignif. Like, I'm gonna kill you, dwarves, but no, if I do that, that's what the...
That'll be a cat's paw.
Yeah, that's what the Death King wants.
I mean, I don't think that he actually wants to like destroy Fandom. I mean, he's fond of dwarves. Like they're good people. It's just Fandom is full of idiots.
It's true, and now a lot of the reasonable ones apparently died, tragically.
Almost as if it was by design to just leave Thunderhome in a state of anger and confusion towards a particular source.
Imagine if suddenly something began working to destabilize a realm so that the rulers were unable to properly communicate to their underlings in such a way that it began collapsing.
And with the religious zealots that have been called in, where would the anger be directed?
Imagine that. Oh, that was only religious administrators left.
I want enemies I can punch, not have to chase, that not actually know who they are in the first place.
I mean, we have a pretty good idea of where exactly this stronghold is. It's beneath us.
Yeah.
Courtesy of what we know from, say, Valkybear's interactions. And,
yeah, I suspect it is that place, yeah.
And how these damn rays seem to ascend to commune with folks like, say, Malignith while he's imprisoned.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything to annoy them, right? I basically did what they wanted, I just didn't accept the deal.
I mean, you don't know on, like, what emotional parameters, like, undead operate.
It's all about them being insulted. 2 dragons sniffing them in one lifetime. Well, one death time.
Malignith has a great track record with messengers.
I mean, if they send reasonable messages, they're fine.
It's true. The dwarves have sent so many, and they're all gone home. Not all reasonable. Some of them are trying to be reasonable. But then they got murdered. So.
You're gonna end up with unreasonable messengers soon that attempt to intentionally goad you.
That's a bad idea. You might as well just attack. Like, honestly. Like, even the stupid dwarves that can be like, so dragon, kiss my feet. Like, no, that would be a terrible idea. Like, Grimith has shown that much. The people would not, some idiots like that.
The provoking Valignith might be the way to go.
Yeah, well, that dwarf personally might just throw himself off a cliff. Like,
Well,
he's not coming home.
slay this messenger now and he'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the situation is certainly escalating in some ways. Then there'll be a conclusion one way or the other. Yeah, meanwhile, the Giants down south just consolidating a bit, watching their neighbors. They also don't like enemies they can't fight. Hence, they have done their own purchase of people to get rid of like shapeshifters and whatnot.
Right. If we just don't have any creatures that the shapeshifters can pretend to be.
No medium humanoids.
That's right. The way to go.
Only goblins. That's the future.
So,
That's why we need kobolds, right?
what do you two
Right.
think that we're gonna do next time? Or what do you two want to do next time?
Despair.
Yeah, I don't fucking know how to get the red wizards out.
Oh.
Like, they need to leave. Or die, but I can't.
My thought was to just leave them alone and hide whatever useful things they might find. But I don't think they're leaving, so maybe we do need to just destroy them so they're at least delayed in their research. Like, they don't know that something is up here, but they'll have to get back here and, like, look around again. It would at least buy us some time, maybe.
Sure. Might not be able to progress the clock, you know.
Oh.
Have to, like, throw their arms up and, well, we'll get back to it. Very well.
No, I think in terms of Thunderhome, I'm just gonna sit back and watch them explode because I can't help them anyways. So
Yeah. You might as well. Like, what will they do next? Nah. I don't know whether Aerie needs to be more concerned with the Red Wizards or what's going to happen with Jazir, because if Coromir gets a foothold on this coast...
that would also be bad, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a distinct interest in taking that expedition force and directly acting against the interests they know about. One of them is the Dragonfade.
Yeah, but there's a purple worm in the way. I'm very confident in that thing's effectiveness.
Boy, it'd be a pity if they just...
If they just walked around it.
if they found a way past the purple worm.
Like Tizir.
It'd be great. Like, next year, like, the Underdark, like, the ground beneath it, like, collapses and sinks into, like, that pit of water that's filling up and the purple worm falls in. Oh, no. Good news, though, they're probably not getting on boats to circumvent it because Erebor and those other city-states, they didn't sign up for that.
No, these guys are most likely here to stay. Like, Proskure is mad. Like, if Cormier actually began leaving there to go to fucking Tizir, then they kind of. I mean, they don't invade places. They could just invade Tizir, sail their navy up, and just sail it into their harbor and like knock down people's faces. But that's not how Cormier operates. They're the good guys. They don't do. They befriend people. They try to get rid of corruption and bad people by, I guess, assassinating the bad guys.
Yeah.
with adventurers, by organizing popular support and marches for the streets to rally the people behind them, stuff like that. And that's really their greatest disadvantage at these times.
Yeah, I might have to talk with the captain's council or something. I feel like this is not what we wanted.
They're like, what do we care? We have Westgate.
Yeah, well, they don't want Cormia to have a fleet here.
I mean, sure, but hey, they broke a fleet once. What more can you expect?
With my help, I broke the fleet.
It was really the captain's council. That's what they would say. That one amazing
Yeah,
captain with that daring raid. Maybe
at
you
least
helped.
a
Maybe you
little
did.
bit of support. I don't know that I can take those two factions by myself. Certainly not when Sembia is busy somewhere else.
Well, I mean, Symbia got punched in the face pretty thoroughly
Oh yeah, they did.
in that proxy war.
They got shown that they needed more.
And so they're not going to take active action, against Corbier until they get more.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know. I should deal with that, but I want to know what that Death King's deal is.
I mean,
that's what I as a player is like. I need.
I mean, speaking as someone who has a strong vested interest in necromancy, spreading death and doom to get a bunch of souls and minions fuel your necromantic power, it's always a win in my book.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want just a bunch of bloodshed in the Giants Run Mountains?
Yeah.
Especially if you're sitting right below it in some sort of nexus of necromantic power, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems like it.
I mean, so you guys figured out where the Death King resides and where all these things are probably coming from. You guys want to go down there? Presuming
I'm
it's
trying
down
very
beneath the
hard to
valley?
find reasons not to go into the Underdark, but I'm not coming up with many.
Because I don't want to go down there.
I know. At least there's no Aboleth anymore, right?
My half-finished Aboleth poison from 30 sessions ago. No!
Well, let's just dump it in the sea,
I'm just dumping in the sea.
It's annoying Aboleth somewhere.
Yeah. I'll show that Aboleth. I'll show a different Aboleth.
Somewhere one of them just gets a sniffle, oh, there's a bad one.
I don't know, man. I think the biggest concern that you should have is who fucked with your treasure? Is it an imp who turned invisible? Was it a shadow wraith? What gave the gold?
I've been suspecting one of the imps.
Gonna have to start figuring out a way to have sentries that can spot invisible shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a dragon. I deserve true sight.
Wrong edition.
Wait. No.
I'm a dragon. I deserve true sight.
Yeah, I think the gold ones, they're really good at that stuff.
Yeah, well.
Out of curiosity, I wasn't looking at the map tool server at the time. Did you have a token or a portrait representation of that gold dragon, Manikai?
Of course I did.
I didn't see it.
I'll put him up here next to you then.
Okay. That way the audience can take a look. It's more so for them than it is for me. There we go. There's your...
And look at how big he is! Aerosclupelar. Elder Gold Dragon, oh god.
Right.
He's very large.
Yeah.
I should have bragged. Yeah, I've slain dragons in my day. I'm Slayer of Opus Derelict, Slayer of Hezekiah. What's up?
Yes.
Children.
That's right. I'm not even 50. What a dragon thing to say. I'm not even 50.
We're not even. If we were elves, we wouldn't even be fucking adults.
We're not adult. I'm not an adult as a dragon. I gotta get to triple
No,
digits.
I mean, but dragons have much longer lifespans. It's just like.
I want to live to be
Not even
4,000. I'm not even 50. Man. How old are we anyway? Maybe we are 50. We're definitely not 100.
See, had like 15 years before this, so I need to add this to the current date.
How old is the original group of 4?
We're almost 50.
Alright, we're almost there.
It's just in a couple of years.
Hooray.
But it's going a lot faster now than it was in the beginning.
I'd imagine so. Before we shifted to this home roll engine.
Well, we're also getting stuff done that couldn't really be done otherwise.
We sure are. Like clearing out Starmantle. I'm not joking about moving over there. One of my parents died in the Gulf Mirror, and the other one died attacking Starmantle in revenge. I might just move there. I'll rebuild it out of ashes.
The city is certainly empty.
Right. It's my mantle. My mantle.
The only one who's been close to there is these Persicotix used to have a lair outside.
Yeah, well. That was a great place until it sunk into the Underdark, and there were horrible, horrible things down there that I never want to ever see again. You know?
Speaking of individuals we might never have to see again, Cinder Moon, as she teleports around all of Faerun to utilize Purge Spell Plague. Never have to think about her anymore.
Well, yeah. I was thinking either that portal leads to, like, yeah, the tomb, or it leads to that, like, Niederheim or whatever, because that also seems like a giant source of just energy.
In an alternate universe, though, a different dragon did go down there with Cinder Moon and tried to shove her into that fucking thing. And she, like, steps forward
We all
into it.
thought it for a brief second.
That would have been a very expensive attempt.
Yeah. Like,
well, also, like, how the fuck would you get up? Like
I didn't consider it until after the fact, but also, like, it's not something that I would be interested in, or the character would be.
No, exactly. I mean, for Cinder Moon, as you say, like,
right.
It's clear
but there's a different like reality where a dragon, heedless of the risk involved, namely, like, what do I do if she just leaves? How do I get out of here? I have thought none of these things through. Only in destruction is the truth revealed.
Yeah. It's like, I wonder what it would be like if someone passed through this portal while it's engraved in blue flame.
A minion.
Yeah, really, right?
A Ladrin.
You have been chosen.
I guess she's not gonna do that.
No, well, she's not. She doesn't want anyone to touch that stuff.
No, yeah.
She would
It'd
have
be
to
a
kill
shame
them.
if someone fell through the portal and. Well, I mean, that could be arranged after seeing what it does.
I mean, she knows what Blue Flame does.
God damn it, Sylvanas, whatever, worshiper.
Well, I mean, she's neutral entirely, so there's no.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's crazy. Which are the most useful people.
I mean, imagine, like, devoting your energies and efforts to destroying this scourge that is against everything that you stand for. She's not crazy, she's just driven.
This is true. Manic was used to describe her.
She's a goal-oriented woman. I will not have you slander her.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot my feminism for a second there. You can't believe I'm so chauvinistic to her. I'm sorry.
Are you part of the patriarchy, Ari? Come on.
Yeah, you know, it's like indoctrinated into me.
Right, quit trying to mansplain this interview, damn it, Ari.
Yeah, sorry. It's just. See, it came to mind that I was like I would push her, right? It's that I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
you can't see the
course you
success of
would.
another woman.
Thing, right?
Sheep, you think you'll be able to handle, you know whether your internet issue is going to be resolved next week?
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't as bad as I had anticipated. I only disconnected like twice. So annoying.
God. Well, that's a thing you have to say.
Alright, then it remains to be seen whether Sheep will broadcast the next session on Eldamir and Rahal's YouTube channel, or whether I'll handle this again, or whether Manikai will finally unveil the dual map tool and broadcast.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Probably not next week. I'm starting a new job. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
This may have been the final session, everyone. You didn't know it then.
Oh,
That was
God.
it. This is our climactic moment.
I'm too cool now. Well,
I don't have time for role-playing games anymore. Got my new friends. We play lacrosse together.
My new friend is gonna be my better moment.
Should be your old friend. Get out of here, Sheep.
Sleep
Good
well.
night. See you next week.
thanks for playing.
Right. Good work, Ari. That was solid progress towards the goal.
Right?
Yep. Look forward to seeing how you act upon this information.
Yeah, it's like you want more.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like I don't know that it's super relevant for Rena, but
you, maybe the character you should have made him play was someone that could satisfy your burning need for information.
You know?
Yeah.
I already have my first layout of the translated lost tablets as I translate them.
What could the tablets mean?
Yeah.
What do they mean?
Trying to glean
Yeah,
information from the
all these
lore
little-
building.
I will say this is something Ari's pretty good at usually. Divining purpose.
Well, if there was gonna be anyone in the folks that you roleplayed with that would divine purpose out of like the context that you provide, it'd be her, right?
Knows me too well.
Right. Manikai wouldn't just lore build for no reason. He doesn't do that. He doesn't just
Does that all
world
the
build.
time.
He does.
To be fair, I didn't, I didn't make all of this.
Yeah.
There's
I
a lot of actual second edition Faerun
Yep.
stuff in here.
It does help that Forgotten Realms is super
huge.
developed.
So huge.
And a few decades of material released for it.
Oh yeah. It's about actually getting through it. Look at like all the Dragon magazines and whatnot available outside. Some of that stuff is you see like, oh yeah, this is referenced all to this issue, and you're like, well, could just make it up, but I'm just gonna go read it.
Someone else already did this for me.
yeah.
I can think
They
about something
make so
else.
that it fits into the greater weird connections, and then this person shows up again in this random novel, and then there's
They
all
already
stuff.
did the research. Alright. Ari, you might have to come up with another goal. I might not be able to think of two.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. I might only be able to come up with one. If any.
Celebrate. Be like, haha, fuck you, Nabanyan. If I had another swing set, I would send it to you, bitches.
I mean, next session might just be like, we're rats, we're celebrating, take the year off.
Yeah.
I'm taking the year off and just just sleep.
A year off? That sounds great.
Yeah. I'm just going on holiday for the next year. It's not like she did that much anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's certainly things that I just care about this year. It's always annoying.
Stupid Cormyr.
Why do I have to keep that in that fight?
It's because you're the one who's on the coast.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Much like how Sheep's the one who keeps fighting the Thunderhome fight.
It's also because
no banyan people, right?
Yeah, I did the no banyan fight.
You're all dealing with people who are living in the places that you live.
Yeah. I mean, I
don't live in Tessir. I just don't need Cormyr by the coast, really. And that's a lot harder when there's a long coast.
I don't disagree.
And a lot of people who want to ally with them, because of a big angry red dragon.
The grand scheme of things, here's how I see it. Cormyr shows up, they've got their army here. I'm like, look, I don't even cross north of this river, I just protect the Temple of Akba. Like, I fight the red dragon you guys are hunting, okay?
Yeah, I don't think they care.
I think they would.
But I mean, initially.
No, they would care.
But they do like killing dragons.
They also like not expending effort. Years pass. Adventurers can take care of me, right?
If they're here anyway.
That's not how they work.
Well,
they don't want to antagonize more dragons.
I don't know.
I know.
I mean, from my experience, once you've killed one dragon, it's just
you can't work your black paranoid dragon tricks on me.
No, just saying. Once you killed one black, I mean, not just black dragon. But you only kill one dragon. It's in your mind. We kill several dragons now. A couple. Because now it's a possibility.
They wouldn't be able to kill it, Malignant, or you for that matter, because you'd flee. Because you're not stupid.
No, of course. I'll go to Westgate.
So they kill. So then they kill all. Yeah.
If they want to do war on Westgate, they're welcome.
There you go. Then they kill 0 dragons. I win. The Xanatos Gambit. I win.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, I'm not willing to risk everything for Tizir not being Cormyr.
I mean, if they're willing to ford the river to come attack me,
I just.
They better talk their horse and float it across. Wait, what if you?
These days I don't really do a lot of pirating anyway.
You don't, no.
I'm busy with all kinds of other crap, so
I mean, you weren't even that busy with stuff this session.
No, well, I didn't want to hold it up because I didn't think of anything. I was like, it's fine.
Didn't think of anything.
Well, I was very absorbed in what was happening.
Damn it, Ari.
I know. I should have just ignored what everyone else did and thought of what I wanted to do. Like a good dragon.
That's the lesson to take away from this. Of course.
God, there's so much I need to know.
No. Prioritize, Ari.
Oh, and I want to know.
You can ask Manikai after the campaign.
Yeah, I will. Relief. Long study sessions. You know what? He'll delight in finally being able to share his genius works and schemes. And all the extra little things that he built into Star Mantle that we'll never see because now it's just cleansed.
But he doesn't need to do any of that. A, because Star Mantle is already built, and B, because he does that stuff for him.
Oh yeah, there'll be stuff.
Well, I mean, there's not.
Was there not now? Now it's cleansed.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't. That's great.
I made no secret about my goal to cleanse that.
No, why would you? It has worked greatly.
If he prepared for like a full course meal set of encounters there in like a dungeon dive, then I don't know what to tell him.
Yeah, I mean,
As he like quietly like shuffles the resources like into a folder.
It's okay.
A single teardrop
Happens.
falls.
Happens fairly often, actually.
It does.
When you have an open world sort of thing. That's why we have the goal, right? So I have an idea of what to even focus on. There's some things that are obvious and that can be done long time in ahead of time, which is places and things I know are a big deal in this area.
All right. I'll talk to you
Oh,
two
yeah.
next week. Good work, team.
Yeah, good work. I hope you had fun.
I had
I did.
fun.
Well,
I never want to have this much fun again.
oh,
We gotta tone it down.
gotta tone it down. Gotta make it. I gotta speak more like this.
Right.
Make my voice less excited and more slow.
Just give you another NPC to play for 2 sessions. There we go.
Oh Lord.
We're attacking the wizards. We're attacking Cormyr. We're attacking the purple.
No,
War.
that's the thing, right? Like, as interested as I am in like the Death King, I don't like. Clearly, this being is incredibly powerful. I don't want to go down there. Like,
Go to the next session. Come back and says, my goal: invade.
yeah.
They've been quiet for too long. I don't trust them anymore.
I am going to integrate the Red Banner host into my faction.
Yes.
It's gonna be great.
Okay.
Put centaurs on boats. Those things.
Sailboats
Yes,
to
I mean, they have 4 legs, so clearly they can balance better. Like,
Yeah, that's how it works.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you just get them with like the small Icelandic ponies, then they'll have a low center of gravity as well.
Just see like
Boat
travelers on the
cavalry.
Sword Coast, like looking out, like at the water, like, how the hell did they get over here? The grandest invasion.
No one expected it.
That's right. You raided Candlekeep, you stole their library.
Oh no. Oh god.
Ah.
Good night, guys.
Yep, take care.
Good night. Sleep well.
Alright. Sort of trailed off, but a good time. I feel pretty good after that. What a series of accomplishments. The Spell Plague Ritual book was acquired at immense expense to me. 150,000 gold pieces. Worth of my precious treasure hoard. Travel time, and then having to just immediately give up the ritual book. And in exchange, the Emerald Enclave now favors Malar. And Malar might help topple civilization! Woo! A bunch of go-getters. And we'll see where the road takes us now the Emerald Enclave's resources are freed up to focus less on Star Mantle and more about the world around them. I have no idea what it'll do, but I'm there along for the ride. My character's personal interest beyond that? No, she wins. She's a winner all around. There's no need for her to do anything. Red Wizards? Not a problem. Cormyr? Not a problem. Why would she have to care? She's a lazy green dragon. She's applied herself too much already. She's done more than enough for this world. She can now just skate on dreams and starlight. Anyway, that takes care of this impromptu broadcast of Dreads of the Dragon Coast. I had not anticipated being the broadcaster, and I am almost never the broadcaster for this campaign. It used to be Rahal who handled it. He was the original recorder. He left the game. Then it turned to Valky Bear, who broadcasted on Rahal's Twitch channel, and he also left the campaign. And then it turned to Sheep, who, even though he has a Twitch channel, broadcast this to Haldemir and Rahal's YouTube anyway, so that the sessions can be where everyone else finds them. And the sessions I do recorded this, I end up uploading it to my channel unlisted, and it ends up getting put in the playlist eventually. It's awkward trying to preserve, like, footage from a campaign that gets posted on YouTube when, like, the person who originally cared about doing that's no longer in the game. Oh well. So it goes. It really makes viewing harder for viewers to try to keep consistency with the series. Alas.